Everyone's good
For now.
for now. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so a a recap. Oh, you can play. Okay, recap. Oh my god, I barely remember what happened.
I remember what
Okay.
happened.
Okay,
I
I got
remember
it.
what happened.
Okay, so we'll start with Lucius. Lucius, you got done with your massive orgy, and
Yes.
you got you decided to go over to the big top, and you got interrupted by I think it was a gnome or a halfling, uh, who eventually gave you a bell and said you need to go to your comrades ASAP. They're in great danger. She hands you the bell, and she immediately teleports you into the Hall of Illusions, where you come across your friends in um, grave danger and reflections of the mirrors. You end up breaking the one that you saw had a reflection of Ryle, and I am Gustav. Oh god. But and then you got teleported into the room with a bunch of other mirrors, and I'll get back to that. Eve, Karn, and Lylena, your room eventually shattered, and you fell into your own personalized trap, per se. Y'all managed to get by pretty nice, except for Karn, who got shredded. Um, Rael, you also made it through, and you ended up being fine. Ayfram, you went through memory lane after getting flunked into the Hall of Illusions, and you saw various memories of your past with your mom, your childhood lover, and a pleasant one with your dad. And then you saw your lover clutching the little stone in his hand. You go further in, and you see Dane chained up into the wall. You tried to rescue him, but the more you tried, the further he got into the mirror, to the point where he was just starting to suck in. You cling to his body in hopes to join him, but like you said, you had mirror resistance. uh, During that time, a an illusion of your ex-love, well, not ex-love, but your childhood love, tried to draw you in. You didn't fall for it. Um, and then you end up getting sucked in to the floor. Ashrin, you managed to get past your personal little hell, and all of y'all meet up in this massive room that has mirrors and a bunch of rubble lying about. You gain your senses, and you hear the sounds of a fellow friend, except for Ayfram, of getting chewed and eaten alive by little dolls. Lylena, in a fit of panic, sees her fellow comrade Karn unconscious and runs to heal him. And during that time, Sub Uwu is fully consumed by the dolls and takes form of a giant doll. Y'all slaughtered it, and then you make your way up slowly. You started to hear voices. And that's where we're left. So, as you go up the stairs, you hear bits of chanting, like in various forms of language. Some of them you'd never heard of before. Some of them are like talking in common, but like it's ragged and kind of chanty light. And you come across and you see like a massive purple glow. And as you sneak your way up, you see a frog-like creature, a girl with a pig mask, a shadow girl, with like black clothing, flowing dress with a crescent moon over her head, and two demon-like creatures that seems familiar to Ryle, except for it has 2 legs, 2 arms, giant tail, and a pig's head with giant tusks. You hear the hag in the center and a crubbly little voice. One sacrifice has been made. The other ones are here. The frog and the moon girl and the pig mask girl turns and stares at you. Immediately, Ryle, Ashran, Karn, and Ayfram, the moment your eyes lock onto the pig girls, you get a flashback memory of when you're just a little kid surrounded by what you think might be at the carnival. You see her, blood pouring from her mouth as she rams her hand inside your chest, and pain, agonizing pain, overwhelms your body. You try to cry out, but nothing comes out, and she yanks out a piece of you. Lylana and Lucius, when you and the shadow girl with the moon crescent make eye contact with each other, you get the same flashback of being a little kid and what you think might be the carnival, but instead darkness surrounds your body and it tightens up to the point where you feel like you're being choked. Your muscles are tightening up. You can't move. You can't barely breathe. And the same thing happens. She shoves her hand deep into your chest and yanks something out. Eve, you lock eyes with the frog creature, and the frog creature locks eyes with you. You get same flashback, little kid, what you think might be the carnival, but you feel a slimy, long tongue wrap around your neck and started choking you. The frog shoves its hand into you in your chest, and with others, pull something out of you. I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Question real quick. Is this a frightened effect?
Yes.
Okay, I get advantage on that. Hey.
Nice.
Oh!
I feel.
Pays off. Fucking put it through with the clutch.
Yeah, I think I'm fine. I mean, if I'm not fine, you guys are all fucked.
Yep.
Well, never mind. If Rizo's not fine, we're all fucked.
Guys,
Everyone-
I think Peppa beats it.
Everyone but Lucius is frightened.
Wow.
You are frightened
How are the DC?
of. So the creature that you had a flashback of, you're frightened of it. Except for Lucius, you're completely fine.
Should you just slap every single one of us with the dildo to get us out of it?
If I could do a sweeping hit with the dildo, I would.
How much time would you say has passed since killing the doll and us trudging up the stairs and looking and healing and all that?
Maybe 3 minutes?
Okay. So just, unless anyone has anything, your summons that lasted a minute are gone.
I dildo.
Yeah, that's why I put my spiritual weapon off to the side.
Do combat anyway.
I will allow. I will allow everyone to make one, like, minor action.
That includes speaking.
Yep, that includes speaking.
Mari, can you remind me what creature are we afraid of right now?
Sure. I'll type it out real quick so that way y'all have a reference.
Is that minor action before or after you're frightened?
I'm afraid of frogs. Confirmed.
Good question. I'll say after.
So, after we do this minor action, does combat start?
Yes.
Okay. Can I bless people? Minor action?
Yeah, that seems pretty minor.
Yay.
Up to 3 creatures of your choice within range.
Can I Hunter's Mark, big lady?
The 3 I am going to bless are... put it at a 4th level. No, a 2nd level and get another person?
What for bless?
You cast this spell using a spell slot of 2nd or higher. Choose 1 additional creature for each slot above 1st. Okay.
So yeah, 2nd level you get 4, 3rd level you get 5.
Okay. I'm gonna use 2nd level. And I'm gonna get... First level. Changed my mind. Karn,
That's his last.
Karn, Ashrin, and Ayfram, because you buffed me last time. All the melees. Yeah, you did. You gave me that temporary hit points and shit.
Yeah, with your sexy bonus.
Right. Well, I would say that I kind of turn away in fear. I just try to communicate a little bit of information that might be pertinent, and I just tell everyone that that little elf in the middle of the room is here because of something that I did, and I want to help him. And this lady with the moon hat, Dane and I fought her before, and all of his physical attacks went right through her like she was an illusion or something.
You attacked the moon face lady?
Yeah.
Oh.
And one other little tidbit, if you ever hear me say the words "by my divine might," please cover your ears.
Noted.
Are you absolutely certain that doesn't affect friendly creatures?
What
It's
doesn't?
every creature.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sounds like Thunderwave.
Yeah. Sounds something thunder related.
Got it.
I have a question that's up to the DM's discretion. I've seen this done both ways. It really doesn't matter. If I'm hasted, do I get 2 attacks with my spiritual weapon?
What does
Let's-
hasten do? It just beats you up, right?
It speeds me up, and I usually get 1 additional attack action. But I've seen DMs run it where I don't get the additional attack action, and DMs run it where I do get the.
Oh,
It's a debate in the DM.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
What if you haste the weapon itself?
Ayfram also
You know
has
what?
concentration
I'm gonna have to try
on it,
that
by
for
the
the
way.
next orgy.
Or not concentration, bless, sorry.
was trying to find an aura for like frightened, but whatever. I'll just remember.
Okay, so Ayfram talked. Lylana, you blessed people. And Rael, you hunter's mark. Did anyone else want to do anything?
Can my minor action to be to try to roll off frightened?
Nope.
Not yet.
Damn.
Somebody's phone is blowing up.
Sounds like an
Can I use Radiant Soul?
What does that do?
Wings.
Yeah.
So feeling this danger to be even larger than the doll we just fought. Karn makes the decision of life and death. It doesn't really matter here if we don't make it through. So everybody now sees 2 radiant wings sprout behind Karn.
Alright, I'm at 34 HP now.
I'm gonna haste myself, actually.
Okay. Ashen, anything you want to do?
Nope.
Okay.
Mari,
Yes.
can you change my max HP to 34?
You can do it? Oh no.
It only let me add that. Wait, never mind, I got it.
Okay. Time for a change of music. I have slow it starts, but okay. As y'all did like a little minor action, and some of y'all are frightened at certain creatures, the hag in a shrilling voice yells out, "You must delay. We must get this creature summoned. Kill if you have to, but protect the sacrifice." And then she moves in and starts to chant, and as she's chanting, Dane's body chained up to the ground, he arches his back and lets out a shrilling cry of agony and pain as blood splits out of his mouth. And the mirror that you see a hand coming out begins to glow and starts to vibrate. And with that, everyone roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Well, I'm a slow granny today.
boy.
Oh, I can just type it in. Dude.
Ooh.
Oh yeah! High
Come on,
five!
someone get slower than me. Come on. Come on.
Lylana, Karn, you guys can choose which one of you guys is first.
What's your
Karn
dex, Lylana?
goes first.
It's not based on dex, it's based on your choice.
You can go
RTS.
first. Yeah, you go first.
Okay.
Cowards. It might not work. It's a frightened right now.
So did you guys put those little things on you for the bless?
Mhm.
Ayfram needs one.
Well, I put it on myself, so.
Yeah, click your
Yeah,
portrait, hit the mirror on the bottom, and then it's the aura icon. Like if you mouse over the icons, it tells you the name of the icon.
I just picked one that looked nice.
I don't have it, right?
No.
Okay.
You're not blessed.
Hashtag not blessed.
Hashtag turtle racism.
Hashtag fairy
I
racism.
gave it to all the melees, okay?
I'm melee.
Yes,
Are you though?
I am.
That's debatable.
I'm melee too if I really wanted to be.
Riley puts arrows between his fingers as like claw weapons.
Goes Wolverine on us.
I arguably have like the second highest strength of the group.
You really?
Arguably, because I
I
don't know
think
anybody's
strength-
stats.
I don't think
I don't know
strength
everybody's
matters
stat.
to melee though. I have
Maybe he
I
wants
have
to
a
throw
negative one.
people.
I mean, if it's Dex, I have a higher Dex. Well, maybe equal, maybe not higher.
Oh, this sucks. We're all frightened.
Yep.
Except Lucius, guys. How could you forget about
Definitely.
Lucius?
Yeah, because Lucius is gonna walk into that room.
Sorry, I'm putting the
Definitely
order
not.
in
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
order.
You're fine.
Who went first, Karn or Lylena?
Karn.
Karn.
Karn. Okay.
The beautiful thing is that we don't know if that was a spell or a magical effect.
Yep.
If
Layer
only we had
action.
detect magic.
I would have not done anything, so.
Okay, so for those of you with Bless, whenever you make an attack roll or saving throw, you get to add a d4.
Thank you.
Okay. Shadow Girl goes first. All she's gonna do is just move in closer to Dan and guard him. And she's gonna save her action. Asherin, you're up.
Ashram cowers in fear. Let's save at the end of my turn, or am I just?
End of your turn.
Yep. I roll save then. $19 plus a D4, which is 20 total.
You are no longer frightened.
Huzzah!
Woo!
We have a melee, guys.
One of us! Yay!
It's my turn.
Wow, that bonus we got really came in handy, didn't it, guys?
Me.
Let's see here.
I had to roll a 16 to get that. That was saved. Just saying.
Fuck. You rolled a 16. What's your wisdom?
My wisdom is a 17, so I got a +3. So, and then the +1 from the bless.
Fisher's DC 20.
Ooh boy!
I might not be able to be unfrightened.
Ooh boy!
Oh.
Hey, it's okay, you're
The
ranged!
thing
It's
is,
okay, you're
thing
ranged!
is, none of your melee can move in. Literally, none of us three can move in until we clear this.
Yep.
Well, and nobody who's blessed. Well, everyone who's everyone who's feared has disadvantage on attacks, even if you.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Pig Mask Girl does the same thing. She just moves off to the side, kind of somewhere between you and Dane. And Karn, your turn.
We're back.
Karn sees Ashwin kind of steel himself and shake off this frightened, but Karn can't seem to find the same amount of courage. He just kind of fumbles in his fanny pack and pulls out 2 darts and tries to hit this this frog-looking thing.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, you still get to your save at the end of your turn. I just don't have any ranged attacks.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. First one with disadvantage is natural 3, so fucking 11.
That misses.
2 darts, disadvantage second one, 5 plus 8 is a 13.
Misses.
So Karn definitely just kind of can't stop staring and they just go way wide. Gonna try to make my wisdom save. Big fucking money. Natural 16 plus 3 is 19 plus 2 on plus is 21.
You're no longer frightened.
Woohoo!
You know what the DC is. Just land the DC. Stop being scared.
It's a freaking 20.
Just do it.
Just do it.
Just
That
do
easy.
it.
Just get a 20, guys. You'll be
Easy
fine.
for you to say, Lucius.
I mean, without my advantage, I rolled a 5 the first time. So.
Okay. Lylana, you're up.
I call out and say, Endolin, I won't let you harm that person. and then I roll my save for the thingy.
Okay.
Oh, thank God for my wisdom. Because I rolled an 11. 19!
You're still frightened.
Oh my god, it's
Wait.
a 20.
It is a 20.
Wait, seriously? Oh my
We
God.
knew that from earlier.
I wasn't joking.
I rolled a
Seriously?
21 was safe, and then someone else got a 20. Was
I
safe,
thought
so.
19
No,
would
no
be
one-
enough.
No one.
The second highest was 18, so.
Yeah, so I thought 19
Yeah, I rolled
would
an
be
18
enough.
and failed.
Oh, okay.
No one rolled a 19 yet, and you just proved
Yep.
that it's not a 19.
Alright, it's 20, guys.
What's 20? Say that true.
As you spoke to the shadow girl, you hear a dark, sinister mouse voice echo in your head. It's like, oh, I will harm for master.
I
And
will
with
harm
that-
for master. I'm writing that down.
Wasn't she holding an action?
Yeah?
Uh-oh.
Ryle, you're up.
Weighing my options, don't got much. Gonna take my chances. I'm going to attempt to attack the frog guy since I'm completely afraid of it, so I gotta make it recoil at any rate as best as I can. So, attacking twice. That's unfortunate.
What was it?
There's a 12 hit.
Oh, no.
It's unfortunate because the other one was a natural 20.
Oh.
Unlucky.
Second hit. There's a 15 hit.
Oh, no.
After,
Alright,
after your turn, I have a
gonna-
question.
Going to move away. And that's my turn.
Do you have a negative wisdom modifier?
I'm not gonna answer that.
That's a
That means he
yes.
does.
That's a yes.
I'm not gonna answer.
Okay, so I have a question.
I failed the wisdom save, so carry on.
Okay.
Shit. My question.
Uh-huh.
Fear. Can I still summon things closer to the stuff? Like, so if I were to
Yes,
want to
you just
summon my
can't
spirit
move.
weapon. Okay,
You just can't move.
okay, for next time.
Okay. The frog. Hmm. The frog creature leaps up in front of Ashran. Oh my gosh. Okay, just stupid grid.
Why is it
Okay, close
thing all
enough.
The
broken?
frog person does his own grid thing. I'm seeing.
Yeah, he's like broken a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the token. I didn't create his token, but anyway, he's gonna do a multi-attack on you, Ashran.
Okay.
First, he's gonna bite down on your arm. 15?
It's a miss.
He-
I shake
your-
off my friend and I pull back.
Nice. And then he's gonna. You see a tentacle shoot out of his mouth.
Ew.
And as he shoots out of his mouth, he aims to punch you with it. Does a 17 hit?
Yes.
You take 10 points of damage.
Typed at all or no?
Hmm?
Is it typed at all? Or is it just bludgeoning?
Just bludgeoning.
Okay.
Okay, Ayfram, you are up.
Epic.
Yes,
Okay, just making sure.
I'm here. I'm just thinking. The situation changed. uh, bonus action, Thunderous Smite. And take a swipe at this guy. Oops. Oh, that's really not good. 14 to hit.
The shadow girl or who you're
No,
hitting again?
the frog guy.
Frog.
Oh, it's frog guy. What was it again?
14.
Nope, that misses.
Okay.
Don't forget you have a +4 to your save.
Yeah.
A plus D4. Anyways.
D4.
Yeah, a D4.
Yeah, specify.
A plus D4.
And you also had that +1 d4 on your attack, just in case that would change anything.
Oh yeah, you do have a +1 D4 on your.
Well, if I roll that's a 4, which would make that 14 and 18.
18?
Yep.
18 to hit on his attack, yeah.
18 to hit.
That hits.
Okay.
Ooh,
Cool.
made a difference.
Hooray!
We did damage.
Well, hopefully.
Woo!
Okay, so I'll roll for damage with the battle axe first. I think I'm just one-handed wielding this right now. That's what I'm gonna say. So that's 9 points of slashing damage. Thunderous Smite gets 9 points
Nice.
of thunder damage. And I'm gonna go ahead and throw in a Divine Smite for 11 points of
Load it up,
radiant
baby.
damage.
Load it up, baby.
4 points? Okay, good.
11 points of
11.
radiant.
Oh, nice.
And I will call that my turn. I did already roll my wisdom thingy. I just need to look at the log. It was a 4, so I failed.
Okay, you're still frightened. Lucius!
Okay. one question of clarification.
Mhm.
A little special little bonus that you gave us. I get one additional level 3 spell, correct? And 2 sorcery spots.
Let me go back into our chat.
It said max level. I just want to clarify because I'm scheming.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So, initially with the fear, while she's trying to get me scared, get me frightened, I not only think of myself, but the people in this room, and I also Miss Diana Cloppington, which I've made some sort of a promise to. I'm like, all right, now is not the time to be scared. The customer must always be served. And
God.
I will summon my spiritual weapon and a maximum of 60 feet. So where that's the furthest I can summon it. Everything else is in there, so I don't think I can hit anything there. I can hit Frog Boy. Yeah, I'll just hit Frog Boy.
Okay.
Boom, boom. And I will smack him twice. Let's see here. 19, does that hit?
It does.
And that'll be 10 points of damage. Hey, you're rolling good right now.
Hey, nice.
And then I get the 2 attacks, right?
Yes.
And 17, does that hit?
That does hit.
Hey, I'm useful.
Don't forget
And
you're
7
hasted
points of
too.
damage.
Didn't you haste yourself?
Yeah, that's why I get 2 attacks.
Oh.
And 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And while I'm moving, while I'm pasted, I'm not sure if this is gonna be in normal English for everyone else, but I'm gonna say, try to bait him in a line. I have a plan. Don't hit Dane, but it might just come out as I got a plan. Don't hit Dane.
He has a
Some
plan.
hatred.
Guys,
what
he
did
has
you
a
say about Dane?
Oh.
He wants
Dang
to date
duck!
him. He wants to date him. He said date.
Actually,
Give me this juicy drama.
Dane is unavailable.
Okay. Okay. I mean, possibly.
Look, if anything, I'll just employ him at the hotel if he ain't got nowhere else to go. You know what I mean?
Okay. Did you make your wisdom save?
I wasn't frightened.
Teasel wasn't frightened.
Oh yeah, that's right. My bad.
He's basically our
Ooh.
MVP right now.
Oh boy.
Okay. The hag starts to chant, and for those, I say everyone except for Ryle and Lucius can see, Dan's body floats a little off the ground, and as she's chanting, a green aura surrounds him, and he starts to scream, and that hits.
Really think I should counterspell.
He takes a little bit more damage. And now Shadow Demon.
I can reach him.
This
Maybe
one
next.
starts moving closer. And that's about it as for what he can do. Eve, you're up.
Oh wow, the other shadow even slower than me. I didn't notice. So seeing that Eve is basically freaked the fuck out of Frogman after getting tongued as a kid, Eve is gonna try to conjure a phantasmal force and the hag right here, which would be a saving throw from the hag.
Natural 20.
What the fuck?
I'm not lying either. I'll take a photo.
No, you're fine.
You
Well,
don't need
then
to. It's fine.
I just go woo 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 with my hands and nothing happens. But you know, oh, this is only 40 feet. You know what? I'm gonna use my bonus action. I'm a little angry right now. The frog gave me PTSD. I'm gonna shoot a big engulfing fire blast at the hag, away from freaking Dane. So it's a 20 by 20. So I get the shadow creature too, I think. Let's see. Yeah. So yeah, I get the shadow creature too. So I'm gonna shoot a thing right there. So I need a dex saving throw from both of them.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Shadow Demon fails with a 10, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's a 15 just to save time.
The hag also fails.
Nice. Alright. They are both taking 14 fire damage.
Nice.
And Eve frightened. She is gonna try to run away a little. Can I still try to break a wisdom save for frightened? Or is that an action?
That's at the end of your turn, Chief.
End of turn.
Oh, so I'll just roll. I'll let you know what happens. That's the end of my turn now.
Before the shadow goes,
I failed.
the girl
When-
with the moon mask. Go ahead.
When you're frightened, you don't have to run away, right?
No, you just can't move
You
closer.
just can't move closer. Okay, just making sure.
I'm just trying to avoid something coming up. That's all.
The moon girl and the pig mask, they are going to use their action and they're going to chant. And I will say, people who are hearing this, Eve, Ryle, and Lucius, near you guys, you hear the doll starts to crack and make little noises behind you guys. And as it does,
Ah, Jesus.
Oh, fuck me.
The doll also asks when and how hard.
7 shadow creatures come out of the doll and surround
Yes.
it. Oh, I gotta move. Hold on. I'm just gonna move you off to the side and then put you back, and then I'm gonna move this one right here.
Hey,
I don't think you're on. No, you're good. Okay, so you stay there.
I'm in danger.
He still got it.
You're fine.
Good news is I can look at them and not be frightened and attack with no disadvantage.
That is
I'm
true.
assuming my frightening source is.
No, you're still while you're frightened. It doesn't matter who you're attacking. You have
I
disadvantage.
thought if you're looking at the person, that's frightening you. My mistake.
If it's in line of sight,
line of sight,
mean-
he still can't see you because he's on the top of the stairs. You need to move. From
yeah. So I guess if you're just on the bottom of the stairs, you won't have disadvantage.
Yeah, I just gotta go around the corner. I'm assuming that's not a visible spot right there, but whatever.
Shadow Demon B, he's gonna move in closer to the mirror. Shadow Girl moves down. And she's oops. She sees you, Ayfram, and she recognizes you right away. You hear a shadowy, you hear the shadowy voice in your head go, "Your friend will die." And with that, I need you to make me a wisdom save.
Natural 20.
Ooh,
Ew.
okay.
Hey, yo.
So you're gonna take half, and
Was that again Endolin who said that?
Moon Lady.
Lady. Yeah, that's Endolin.
Biting words? No, that's a important thing.
so you only take half, so that's just gonna be 6.
It's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. For all those dice being shook.
Okay, Ashrin, you are up.
Cool. The claw punching me, the toad punching me, I'm going to claw attack it. 21 to hit
21, that hits.
for 6 points of damage, and then follow up flurry of blows. Natural 20
No.
Ooh.
for 12 points of damage. And then follow up attack again. 19 damage.
Nice.
Or 19 hits, sorry. Not 19 damage.
Oh,
19 to
that,
hit.
that
Sorry.
hits. You're
9
good.
damage. Don't do that much damage. But I will... is he... From any of my first 2 attacks, is he bleeding or anything like that?
Nope.
Then I will also try to apply a stunning strike. So on my final attack, I try to slash at his gut and try to make him hold back. So DC 14, or let me see what it was. DC 14 con save, yeah.
I rolled a natural 1, so it definitely fails.
Okay. So that toad is stunned. That is my turn.
I don't even know what the stun symbol is.
Probably
Oh.
whatever
You
you
just pick
want it
one.
to be. I think it's mostly just for you to remember what the symbol is, so you know what it means.
Yeah.
Maybe like the foot
Actually-
or whatever one.
The stop symbol.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
I will step to the side to allow Karn to step in as well.
Okay.
Can he?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
not
yeah,
getting
right.
physically closer. He's just gonna
Yeah.
sidestep.
Ah,
Yeah.
clever.
Plus, it's not like he's not stunned, so he can't even do anything about it. So.
Oh yeah, I mean he's not frightened by the frog, so I don't remember who the fuck he is frightened by. Oh, Piggy.
Well, I'm not frightened anymore.
Oh, then doesn't matter.
She moves up and Karn.
See.
She tries to fill your head up with memories of what she did to you. Try and make you relive the moment. I need you to make me a wisdom save.
You know what? Fuck it. Can I counterspell it?
So are you or are you not in line of sight? That's the question.
That's my question. Am I in line of sight of Piggy? Or are the
Like-
stairs too steep?
Or were
I'm-
you floating up or were you down?
I'm on the
right?
ground.
Stairs are too steep then, because you had to go up.
Yeah, I tried.
Natural 9 plus 3 is 12 plus 4 is 16.
Okay. You push her away, but you still feel a little pain. Okay, you take half. So half, you take 9 damage. And Karn, you're up.
So I feel a twinge, painful twinge on the side of my temple. I kind of look at the pig mask. But focusing on what's directly in front of me and my newly found companions, I will... Just kind of... Frog is stunned, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So Karn saw Ashrin move to the side. And was trying to catch Ashrin before he left. But thanks to the wings, he can kind of flip that way. And on his way down, we'll do kind of try to do a heel kick on the back of the frog's head.
Ooh.
Is the frog being flanked at the moment?
Not by spiritual weapon, no.
Okay, no worries, he's stunned. Uh, 26. 26 to hit.
That hits.
First hit is for 14 damage total, of 2 of which are necrotic, 3 is radiant.
Oh, bless.
Nice.
I will not bonus action unarmed strike. Second hit. (13 plus 8 is 21 plus 22 to hit.
That hits.
Uh, 11 damage, 3 of which is necrotic.
Nice, nice.
And then I'm going to touch Ashrin on the shoulder. And without any words, you see my eyes, the eyes of my mask turn green. And Ashrin, you feel emboldened. There's a green light that disperses from him. And it goes about 10 feet out. Frog, please make a wisdom saving throw.
$19.
Oh, he saved. But Ashrin, you now have plus 2 AC.
Nice.
And I'll just say to you, stay with me, friend. So basically, as long as you stay within 20 feet of me, you have plus 2 AC.
Very nice. Okay, Lylena, you're up.
Oh shit. Um. Damn it. Okay. Can't tell if I could get closer to in the room without getting closer to the lady. Nope.
You could.
No, I
In the
can't.
room.
I can't get in the room without getting closer to her. Anyways, I'm going to throw a sacred flame at the hag with the warts.
Ooh, what does that do again?
It
I had to make
is
that a save. right?
radiant damage, and you have to make a dex save of 16.
I failed.
Woohoo! 8 damage!
Well done, ley lines.
And then
9.
I'm going to summon my spiritual weapon. Right up
Nice.
next to her. And it can I attack with it on when it's summoned? I can, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I'll see why not.
Well, let me read the spell real quick. Yeah, when you cast a spell, you can make a melee spell attack. against a
Okay, well
creature.
then yes, I'm going to attack the wart lady.
Mm.
17?
That hits.
13 damage!
Yes.
Ooh, very good. Do you want to make a wisdom save to try to get unfrightened?
Oh yeah, I do. I definitely do.
You're good.
Nah, I like being
It's like-
scared.
Yeah, it's part of the process. I
20!
She's free.
You're
On the
free.
Woo!
Oh.
That was a 20 plus 8 too. I'm like
Well, you
really not
definitely
scared. I'm
saved.
really not scared anymore. That's the end of my turn.
Okay, Ryle, you're up.
Can I get a vibe check from these shadow beings that spawned near us?
5 check.
5 check.
Vibe check.
Check.
Do they seem hostile?
Very hostile.
Very hostile. Alright.
Damn.
So,
Vibe check.
bonus action. I'm going to Misty Step.
Oh,
15, 20, 25, 30, sure. Then
Get her fairy.
I should be out of line of sight on toad creature, so I'm going to start shooting at these shadow beings.
Ooh.
First, I'm going to aim at this one. If it matters. But let's see.
I like how like us three melee and Lylena, we're all just freaking oblivious to our party members.
Yeah, I
getting
really like the
attacked.
fact that none of you guys have noticed.
Nobody
Just
said
behind us.
anything, man.
And we-
I'm
Yeah, nobody
focused on
shouted
what's in front of
anything
me.
at all.
It's
We're just
not our
like-
turn yet.
We're just like, our back line is not doing anything. Oh well.
23 to
fine.
hit.
That hits.
As soon as you guys were scared and ran off. The little bitches.
Right? Exactly.
Wow.
They just ran.
Us
6
four up here
points
doing
of
work.
piercing and 2 points of psychic for a total of 8.
Nice, nice.
And the second hit, 25 to hit
That hits.
for a total of 13 additional piercing damage.
Ooh, very nice.
I'm just going to end my turn.
Okay. Frog is no longer stunned. It's gonna turn to Ashran again. And he's gonna do a multi-attack on you again. First, he's gonna try and bite.
Okay.
That's a 21 to hit.
That is a hit.
Okay, and it's also gonna, with its bite attack, it's also gonna shoot out its tentacle. Does an 18 hit?
No.
Ooh, okay, so it lunges at your arm and does.
Reaction, fighting style, interception.
Oh, what does that
I-
do?
Oh,
I leap
shit.
in between them, reduces damage by 1d10 plus 3.
Nice.
Excuse me.
I'm assuming you roll for that, right? Or do
Yes, he rolls. So
Okay,
you roll
okay.
your damage, and then he'll roll how much it reduces.
I rolled 11. Or 8 plus 3. 11.
I got an 18, so you
7.
just take 8 damage? 7 damage?
7.
7 damage. Okay.
Math is hard.
The attack bloodies me, and as it does, suddenly shadows begin pouring off of Ashran's skin, fur,
Good for
and you see the shadows extend his claws. So, and he gets a reaction against that attack. So he attacks back with a 23 to hit.
Ooh, that hits.
That does 11 slashing damage plus 14 necrotic damage.
Ooh, very nice. Oh, okay. Pause real quick. Epic, I'm dragging you down.
Ruh-roh.
Oh boy.
Ruh-roh.
Stupid fighter, you made me look bad. Ooga ooga booga.
Rot-row raggy.
Row raggy.
Okay. Ayfram, you are up.
Okay, so I am wondering if I would be able to kind of arc my way. If I could, am I able to squeeze in between Froggy Man and Karn?
No, treat the token as where it should be relative.
In between me and the spirit weapon.
Yeah. Like where are you trying to get to
No.
exactly?
North.
Because you can move around this creature without drawing any attack of opportunity until you leave its reach.
You can
Yeah, but
move
I can't
through it.
move closer to the.
Correct. Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, you didn't pass your wisdom save.
I did not.
Oh, speaking of,
Unlucky.
I'm still frightened by Piggy Girl.
Oh yeah, right.
So you can
roll.
get to here,
doesn't change anything. Still fine.
Where's here?
right north of Karn.
Okay, so I can kind of squeeze there.
Yeah, because it's technically further away.
Yeah.
Euclidean geometry is hard.
So what I'm aiming to do is to kind of arc around and use dash and get all the way up to where this little book on the ground is, basically.
As long as you stay no closer than 30.
Yeah, it's
Got all the rulers.
Yeah, you can do it.
Nah, he can't get to the book all the way.
He can't get all the way
You
there.
can't do
Unless
the
he
book.
goes up there.
But also,
Well-
if you do that, you might get attacked by Big Piggy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can get attacked by the
Yeah. You can get like here, or maybe stop at Piggy. But I mean, it's your character.
yeah.
Yeah, and
we
if I
don't know
use
your purpose,
dash, though.
Dash, you can make it.
Dash just doubles your movement speed, but it does not.
You're gonna get attacked by
disengage,
him. And
Yeah.
also Froggy, potentially.
And also frog guy.
Attacks of opportunity.
But I mean, you have
Yeah.
AC. You'll be fine.
Yeah, so
Oh
being
god,
a
he's
little,
doing it.
a little bit crazy and slightly reckless, I turn to Karn and I say, "It looks like you have things handled here," and yeah, I go ahead and move up.
Okay, we'll start with Froggy Boy. He tries to bite you, and you got lucky he missed. You're just so speedy. You just charge through, and he misses you.
Okay, so arcing around somewhere around here-ish.
You can get a little further than that if you want.
I totally can. I'm just wondering if anything's gonna happen here. Or no?
You got right.
You can't move that close.
Say again?
You have to stay within that north line of Karn.
You gotta be on this row.
Until I get here-ish, right?
Yeah.
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 Can
So
you?
right
do
here you
that?
can't do that. You have to still go.
You would have to go like all the way up here, basically.
This is where I was before.
Which is 30. So you can't. And then if you move out, now you're at 35. So now you can't get within 30 again.
Get within 30.
Yeah, you can
again.
move. You can move further, but you can't retract that distance.
Yeah. Shadow Pig will get an attack of opportunity against you.
Yep. And it got a 23.
That hits.
The legendary Shadow Piggy creature we don't know about.
He wields back his arm and tries to deck you. Which he did. Dealing 11 points of damage.
Okay, would like to use a bonus action. And that would be grabbing my amulet. I utter a short incantation. I guess I'm just touching it, since both my hands are full. Touching my amulet, utter a short incantation, and you see. Let me do some measurements here. Yeah. You see bolts of blue lightning move, lashing out of my body towards the hag and the hog beast. What is this thing? Pig beast?
Big
Big
piggy.
piggy.
Big piggy.
Slightly smaller piggy.
And
technically.
at the same time, you see a shimmering golden light surround me and Dane. That pops into a shower of glitter. So this is my awesome bonus action, Vigilant Sanction. So it's going to do 1d8 plus 4 radiant to the two baddies.
Very nice.
Sorry, is that one? Yep, that is correct. So that's a whopping 9.
Okay.
And they need to make charisma saving throws too.
Shadow Demon got a 13 and the hag got a 19.
And the DC is your choice, I guess.
25.
At this level, it's going to be like DC 14 or 15, depending on your main stat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Would
it
it
would
be
be.
my spell save?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it would be
yeah.
15. 15 then. The pig monster failed?
Yep.
Cool.
But the hag
What does that do again? It's paralyzed for a turn.
Nice.
Ooh, nice, nice.
And then I get 1d8 plus 4 temporary hit points, plus 2 to my attack rolls for 3 turns. And I don't know if Dane has hit points or not, but I guess
He does.
He'd get those too. So 1d8 plus 4. Ooh, nice. That's 12.
Very
Nice.
good.
And I think that's my turn.
Roll
You can
wisdom
do your
save for
wisdom
your-
save. Yeah.
Oh, right. Thanks.
You're feared.
Hey, all right. It's a 5 on the die.
Aww.
You did a check, not a save.
What?
A save is different than a check.
Oh.
So
It's
just
on
pat
the
yourself
left side,
down.
but it's
Just-
probably still low though.
Just depends
Yeah.
on whether or not he's proficient.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean-
You rolled enough.
23.
That's like cheating.
Depends. Yeah, depends
So
which
you
roll
could
you
use
take.
you could use your 5, but add plus whatever your wisdom is for the
Probably.
saving throw.
So
Plus
that's
3 and
8.
plus.
Yeah, so it
And then
failed.
plus 4, it still fails, yep.
Okay.
Feels bad though with the 23 you just got.
Right?
Okay. Lucius, you're up.
Seeing the danger behind us and in front of us, Lucius is gonna move up towards the middle of the staircase to see what's going on here. What's the situation with the hag and Dane? Are they like is she actively touching him? Or is he just levitating at this point?
He's levitating with chains, like still kind of like grounding him to the ground, but he is like levitating. She's just has her hands doing movements and chanting.
Ritual. or something, maybe.
Give me a second to think. Alright, I'll wait for it. I'm going to, now assessing the situation, I'm just going to use my 2 attacks. The frog person again. See if I can just get rid of this all the way. Uh, 26 to hit.
That does hit.
Damage really coming through. 9 points of damage.
Nice, nice.
Nice.
And 19 to hit.
That does hit.
Big dildo damage.
Big dildo damage.
And 10 points of damage. Let's fucking go!
This dildo is OP, man.
Yes.
Yas, queen.
Yas.
Would you like to do anything else?
Not yet. Not yet. I'm gonna hold.
Is the toad guy bloodied yet?
Not yet.
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
my god.
Fucking hey, dude.
Actually, you know what? Just for AoE's sake, if there's anything I've learned from Divinity, I'm gonna move over here to not put everyone into jeopardy from an AoE attack.
Aww.
How sweet of you.
Oh my god.
He's about to nuclear launch someone.
I know.
Lucius, down, boy.
Yeah, that'll end my turn.
Okay. The hag gets angry and yells out, "You worthless scum! I told you to not." Oh my god, let me. Sorry. Okay. She yells out and screams, "You worthless scum! I told you guys to protect the ritual." And you see her look at Shadow Demon B, and green light falls from her hand and engulfs him in a glowing light. She turns to Ayfram, and she's gonna do a double attack on you.
Which one's B?
There
Is that
should
the
be.
bottom
There
bottom
should
left
be.
one?
No, they should be labeled. You don't see
They're
the
not
labels,
labeled.
They're not labeled.
No, y'all supposed to see the names too. Dang it. Okay. Shadow A is the one closer to Karn and Ayfram. Shadow B is like off in the top part.
Okay.
Does a 24 hits?
Yes.
Okay. You take 15 points of damage.
That's helpful, thank you.
Okay, then. I forgot how paralyze works. Does paralyze removes?
They're incapacitated.
There, Sel, are you happy?
Thanks.
Can't speak.
It's basically I can't do shit for the turn.
And attacks against them have advantage, I think.
Yep.
Yes.
And it fails, I think, strength and dex throws.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically it's defenseless, but yeah,
How
but it
long
can't
does
do
last
anything.
go? Or what
I
save
think-
does it to do?
I think he said it was only for one turn.
Yep. Just one turn.
Okay, so it's no longer paralyzed.
Just can't do anything this turn. Also,
Okay.
Rizo, I approve of the name.
Eve, you're next.
All right, question. It just counts as an action. You don't answer it for me. But does Eve notice any sort of weapons on these little specter spawn things? If it's an action, don't answer it.
Straight up, you don't see anything.
Okay. Next question. If I were to cast a minor, this is a rhetorical situation. If I were to cast a minor illusion on myself, like a box, and let's say I stand here, I do the minor illusion here, and then I try to sneak away with the minor illusion, like blocking line of sight of that guy, can I dodge the reaction attack?
You might have to roll.
That's a good question.
So let me
Eve will be in a
let
box.
me counter this question for you, Selphos. Why don't you just use your action to use disengage to move away?
That would be fancy.
Because it does. If
Yeah,
it's
I know.
casting the illusion, then it knows it's an illusion. It doesn't work.
That's fair. All right, whatever. How tall is this room I'm in? Or how high is the ceiling?
This, 20 feet.
20
feet.
No, it's way higher than that, isn't it? Because, like, the doll was super tall.
I mean, the doll might have been arched over and stuff, too.
True, yeah.
That's... Okay, 30 feet. We'll go with 30 feet. then.
Alright. I'm just gonna take the reaction attack against me and go 30 feet up. Oh, wait. If I go 30 feet in the air, can I see Froggy from there? Like, is this like a solid wall right here? Or is it like kind of
Yeah.
up?
It's a solid.
Okay. Alright. I will go 30 feet up in the air, take the reaction attack, I'm assuming from him.
Okay.
And I have
17.
11s. Of course.
You take, only 5 points of damage.
That's fine. I'll take it. Since I'm 30, hopefully don't have a ranged attack. We'll see. I'm gonna cast a... Let's get this set up. I am gonna cast a level 3 spell. Eve's Famous Fireball. Right there, so it's gonna hit all 3 of these. So I need a dex saving throw from all 3 of them. Assuming there's nothing happening to stop me.
Are you casting fireball or fire? What?
Fireball.
You know, it's a 20-foot radius, right?
It's a radius?
Yeah, dude.
I thought it was feet. I thought it was a...
No, fireball, 20-foot radius.
It's an explosion, bro. Well, the explosion's 20 feet.
Oh my god, I'm taking this whole fucking room out then. I need a
Yeah.
dex save from all of them, Mari.
Okay, let me...
He's like, fuck.
Okay!
I always thought it was a fucking key. Oh, it says 20 feet. I just read that in rear. It says 20-foot spear. Yeah, I'm nuking the whole room.
Okay, so this one right here got a 15. This one right here fails horribly, got a 4. This one right here also fails with a 6. This one right here got a 19. This one right here got a natural 20.
Nice.
This one right here also fails with a 6. And this one right here, 14.
I have a 15 save, so I believe 3 of them saved. The rest are taking the full hit. I think he saved. You said one got a 20. I don't remember which one. It's fine. But I have a 15 save, so the ones that didn't save are taking 26 fire damage. The ones that did save are taking 13.
Okay.
And I was gonna use a bonus action. But I'm gonna hold on to it. I'm gonna end my turn. I'm gonna roll my wisdom off screen. Up. I got a 21 on my wisdom save.
You're no longer frightened.
Surprising you got that off screen, huh?
Yeah, good point. Well, I was hoping she would just go to a next turn or whatever. I was just gonna type it out, but it's fine.
I'm just messing with you.
Okay. Shadow demon. This one. Now going
this one.
green. So this is not labeled. I'm gonna look into that later on. He's not going green. He charges and goes straight for Ayfram. He's gonna do a triple attack on you.
Hello and goodbye, our newest party companion.
First attack is a 19. Second
Hits.
one is a 14.
This is
And the third one is a 6. So only one hits. And you take 15 points of damage. The shadows. Eve, you're up in the air now, right? Or
Yeah, I'm basically on the ceiling, trying to get as far away from melee range as possible. Praying they don't have a range attack.
the shadow one moves up to the air and follows you.
Fuck.
And it's gonna try attack. At 12.
It hits.
4 points of damage.
Okay.
Our
This
little fairy
one-
needs some AC, man.
It's gonna go after you, Rael. And it's gonna hit you. Or try to. 18.
Hits.
You take 6 damage. This one moves up to Lucius. And it's gonna try hitting you.
Oh, hell.
15.
15 actually just hits.
You take 5 damage.
I'm bleeding out.
Ah, my leg!
Oh my god.
Wait, are you seriously dead?
No.
We're dying? Okay.
I got
Hold
soul
on
HP,
now.
though. Everything counts.
I mean, if he gets hit
Everything
again for 5, he's gonna be bloodied.
counts. Yeah.
You see this one disappears and reappears near Ayfram.
What the fuck?
It's a phantom.
And it's gonna attack you.
Wait, what? How much movement was that? What?
I was, for a second, I thought you Misty Step. That's not a Misty Step.
It misses. It got a 12.
I think that's a blink.
Okay, that changes up the game a little bit. Okay.
This one goes after you, Lylana.
Oh,
And
they're
it's
just
gonna
choosing.
try hitting you.
Good
Does a
fucking
19 hit?
luck. Nope.
Okay, it misses you. This one goes after Ashrin. Got a natural 1, so it misses. And this one goes after you, Karn.
Ow.
Does a 19 hit?
Yes.
You take 5 damage. The moon shadow girl goes up to Dan, pulls her arms out directly at him, and engulfs him in shadow, and she begins to chant. Dan's arms and legs, even though chained, he starts to bend, and you slowly hear bones crack. He takes some damage, but he's... that's all I'm gonna say.
With his bone popping out of his arm, gives you a thumbs up.
Ashwin, you're up.
Boy.
Unsure what to really do. Ashen will continue the assault against this frog creature thing. Does he look hurt at all from any of our attacks? Is he?
Yeah, there's definitely some cuts and bruises. He looks roughened up.
Okay. Cool. Well, the shadows still coalesce around Ashrin, and he just I don't know. Do cats shriek? Howls in rage? Do cats howl? Mules in rage.
Yeah,
That's the word I'm gonna go for.
I'll have to hear an example of it from you.
Growl.
24 to hit.
That hits.
That is 7 plus 7 slashing damage plus 16 necrotic damage.
Very nice.
Into 14, so I'm gonna roll that blessed die now. Let me see. 15 to hit.
Ugh, no.
Okay, and then second attack. 17. I'll roll that blessed die too.
17 hits on the dot.
Okay. Would have been a 21. So then an additional 8 slashing damage plus 12 necrotic damage, and I will attempt to stun him again. So DC 14 con save.
Fails with a 9.
Okay, so it's remains stunned. And this Ashrin doesn't seem wary of anything going on except for the target in front of him. He doesn't even seem to notice the shadow behind him attacking him. That's my turn.
Question. How much health does Ashrin have? It's covered up by Karn's token.
I currently have... I'm actually at 16.
There we go.
Oh, someone's lower than me? No, never mind. I got 12.
Note to self, stay away from Lucius. He has a plan.
Fuck! I should have gone for it earlier.
I mean, a couple more shadows get in that cluster. Maybe I'll throw a fireball at all you guys. No, I'm just kidding.
You only have so many third level spell slots, and then you're out.
I know. I only have 1 left. Or 2 left. No, I have 1 left. And I'm saving it for a counter spell, probably.
The
Granted.
pig mask girl moves up to Lylena and is going to do a multi-attack on you.
No, not the blessing.
First attack is a 23, and the second one is 20.
Both hit.
Dirty 20.
Both hit.
I knew I should have just done it. I knew I should have just let my divinity instincts kick in.
I'm actually kind of curious what it was now.
I'm still gonna do it. It's just probably won't be as impactful as it was last time.
Claws extend, and she swipes at your chest, dealing... The first attack deals 9 damage, and then she's gonna try and claw at you again, which succeed, and does...
None of this is necrotic damage, right?
12 damage. No, this is just slashing.
You said the second hit was 12?
Lucius calculating something.
I'm calculating.
Don't forget to roll for your concentration. Lylena.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You just gotta beat a 10 2 times in a row.
It's a save, right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay, so
yeah.
is it a wisdom save? What save is it?
It's con, isn't it?
Constitution.
Con save. Okay.
You just gotta beat a 10.
Okay, 13 for that one. And 10 for the second one. 10 save?
10 on the dot saves.
Okay.
You're Gucci. Barely.
Barely.
Think about the +4 for everyone.
I know.
Okay, Karn, you're up.
Okay. Seeing Fudge Dodgers. Seeing Ashran continue to attack the toad with vigor. Oh wait, no, he's stunned. Okay. Karn will continue the barrage because I don't think Karn can really see anything else in front of him right now. Uh, 30, 20 without plus.
That hits.
It is 8 damage, 8 bludgeoning damage on the first hit. And then, oh no, 11, sorry. 3 of it was radiant.
Nice,
And
nice.
then, gonna burn a key point, flurry of blows. (15 plus 8, 23 hits.
That hits.
(11 bludgeoning damage.
Good, nice.
Natural 20.
Oh,
Nice.
okay.
Uh, 12 bludgeoning damage. And then, second attack. That's a natural 9. Natural 9 plus 8 is 17.
That hits.
Plus, oh, okay. And this one, you'll see, I'll burn a key point. You see extra, Karn's fist kind of glow black. So hold up. Uh, 9 bludgeoning damage, 5 necrotic damage.
Nice, nice.
So Karn just kind of begins with a knee to the face on the hag, and then launches a 2-hook combination, and then elbows her on top of the head with the extra necrotic damage, landing right on top of her head.
Bonk.
That being said, I have burned my action. That'll be it.
Okay.
Does she look bloodied?
The frog creature? Oh yes, very much so. Especially after Ashran's and yours recent combos. Oh yeah. Lylana, you are up.
Okay, I am going to move over there. So
Oh, daring.
2 attacks of opportunity on me.
I mean, you have 20 AC. You'll be fine.
Both fails.
Yay! And then I'm going to take out my flute and play a little song on it, like a very short song, and use Okay, so everything within 30 feet, everything within 30 feet of me takes
Song of the Light Seer heal.
you guys all get 10 healing, and everything within 30 feet of me takes 10 damage.
Wow.
All
No-
the
no
all the
save?
enemies take 10 damage, and all the people with near 30 feet of me take 10 healing.
Is there a save or anything for the enemies to
Yes,
roll?
they take it's a 16 dex. Wisdom, 16 wisdom. They have to make a 16 wisdom or take half damage.
Lucius, punch your ghost. Test it for science.
So Lucius gets the 10, Asher and Karn, you guys get the 10, and Ayfram gets the 10 healing.
The shadows recede from Ashran.
Oh, that's a lot. Okay.
Thanks, Ley Lines. I owe you one.
Okay, so
I
the
think
shadow
that's-
creature by Ayfram fails, and the shadow pig fails. The shadow by Karn succeeds, so it took half of that. The frog failed. The pig girl also failed. The shadow creature that was on you, Lylana, succeeded, so it took half. And finally, hopefully I didn't miss anything, the shadow creature by Ashran also failed.
Yeah, that should be all of them. Cool. The ones who failed take 10, and the ones who didn't fail take 5. Or opposite. Yes. No. Fail.
You said it right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, alright.
I did it right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, would you like to do anything else?
Yeah, my spiritual weapon's gonna attack! That's a bonus
Yeah.
action, right? Yes, it is.
You use your bonus action on your song.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right! Can I use an action on my spiritual weapon? Or is it purely a bonus action?
It's purely a bonus action.
Well then... I'm gonna...
At least it looks pretty.
It's
It
hanging
does look
in the air
pretty.
with a dick.
It's not a dick though, it's a sword.
By
Should be a
rules, that's how it is. But I would allow you to spend your action to have your spiritual weapon to
Yeah,
attack.
I don't see why not. I mean, it's difficult to action to go into a bonus action, but it's a bonus action, so yeah, I'll allow it.
Okay, well,
It's hard.
changing my mind on the spiritual weapon attacking. I think I want to try guiding bolt the hag that's next to Ayfram.
Got him both up the butt.
The hag.
Guiding bolt's
28!
amazing.
That was a natural 20.
Nice.
Double damage. Well, double dice roll.
Yeah.
What was the damage? Sorry.
It was
No.
no, I haven't done damage yet.
Remember, you can right-click it on Beyond, and it'll do critical.
Oh, 37
Holy
damage!
shit!
Oh my god.
37!
Holy shit.
On the hag?
Yeah! And the next attack against her gets advantage!
Holy shit! Who are you?
Beautiful.
Did you just
Fucking
smite?
beautiful.
With
Yeah!
that,
So a bolt of
How many sixes she
Fucking-
rolled?
a bolt of sparking golden energy just shoots out from Leylena's hand and it hits the hag right in the chest.
oh, with that kind of damage, you see her arm that was pointing towards Dan and the green energy like flowing into him gets interrupted. She lunges back a little bit, clutches her chest, and she starts to get angry. And you see Dan's body slowly kind of like float towards the ground, but still hovering due to the moon girl.
Come down.
You broke concentration. Good job.
Look at how
By
many
broke, you
sixes I
massacred
rolled.
it.
Holy shit!
Did you roll on Beyond?
Yeah!
Four
I
of them were sixes. Jesus.
Somebody take that screenshot.
That's a lot!
That's a lot of damage.
Holy
That's
shit!
a lot of damage!
The Ooh, I love Guiding Bolt. Holy shit!
It's a really good move.
And with that,
No, 5 of
Ryle,
them.
you are up.
Zephyr Strike. What this is I get advantage on the next hit I decide to give advantage to, and creatures cannot get attacks of opportunity on me. So,
Nice.
to move away from my shadow person a little bit. Set a little bit. Then shoot an arrow. First one is a 25 to hit.
Ooh, yeah.
Roll damage on that one, but that was not the advantage strike, so I'm not gonna add that. So 7 points of damage on the first arrow. Then on the second arrow, $16 to hit.
That hits.
Three points of psychic, 4 points of gluttony, or force rather, and 8 points of piercing. On the shadow.
Do you want to kill that shadow?
Just gonna pin it to the floor or the mirror, either or.
Okay. You shoot your arrows, and already doing quiet damage the first time, you manage to get more arrows into it, and with like a shrilly scream, it says, well, actually, you hear a woman's voice going, "Why did you leave me? We made vows." And it crumbles to the ground in a pile of ash.
Backstory.
Okay, and just to clarify, because I completely misunderstood earlier, and you already answered it just to have it said, the people we were afraid of was our respective hags, so in my case it's the pig.
Correct.
whatever. So the other effect that Zephyr Strike it gets me is that I get an additional 30 foot of movement. I'm going to. I already moved 10. So it'll be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. And that's my turn. Roll for frightened. Still frightened.
Okay. Froggy. Froggy is looking really bad. He's no longer stunned. And
Did take that 10 damage from me, right?
he did.
Okay.
Wait, he's not stunned?
It's his next turn.
He's stunned.
Wait,
It's,
still?
it's until the end of Ashwin's turn.
Yeah.
Okay. My bad. Okay, he's still stunned. So, Ayfram.
So question, I guess again, like I said before, if it counts as an action, don't answer it. I'm assuming these hags are extra planar.
They are not.
That would be info that your character may or may not know based on knowledge checks.
You want your character to know it, you can roll a check for it.
Yeah, I'll let it be like a bonus action.
Like a Arcana or check or something, I guess?
I'll let you either do Arcana or History based off the backstory you gave me.
That's what I would probably do. Either doesn't matter. And I have disadvantage. A 2. And that's a 1.
Wait, why did you have disadvantage?
Because I'm frightened.
Oh. That's not an attack, right?
Oh,
Versus-
sorry, that's not a
Ability
skill
check.
check.
It affects ability checks too.
Oh, I
Mhm.
see.
It
So
sucks.
you're frightened, even though your years and years of experience, you're panic about dance states, you're panic about getting this flashback in your head, and you just not thinking straight. So it's hard for you to remember things.
Guess if I'm gonna be like consistent with my character, even though it's dumb,
You can do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to play as the character, but
That's the best way to do it, man. Just play as a character.
I know that.
Yeah. Why do you think I'm still running away like a fucking coward?
So yeah, I'm stepping away slightly, just a little bit. So actually, sorry. Before I do that bonus action, I'm gonna do my joyful resilience of the abandoned, and
I don't think you
just,
can do another bonus action.
Oh, I already did my bonus action, didn't I? Is that roll?
Yeah.
That sucks. Right. Okay, yeah. So, just taking a slight step away at this point. So,
Little
if there's
reaction.
an opportunity attack there, then
It fails. 10.
great. So, I am going to use Channel Divinity, abjure the extra planar, and Yeah, so this is, the description says each apparition, celestial, elemental, fey, or fiend within 30 feet of me that can hear me must make a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they're turned for a minute. Or until it takes damage.
I'm within 30 feet, so what? Do I have to do something?
You are not within 30 feet.
You're fine.
Oh, I wasn't. I was. Yeah, never mind. Okay.
He accounted for it.
Yeah, you did.
I was at least that smart.
Because he also divine sensed you on the last.
He did,
last
yeah.
encounter.
Too dumb to know that it wouldn't do anything to anybody else around me, but
Good
Oh,
thing
that's
I'm
not.
normal.
That's
Well,
just because you
both-
fail a check doesn't
Wow.
mean you're wrong, right?
Yeah, you just can't think of it.
correct. I just heard Mari say no, they weren't extra planar before.
Yeah, just ignore that. I got excited.
They can still be fiends.
Yeah. So the two shadow creatures freaking failed terribly.
It's something. Oh yeah.
The little shadow succeeds with, at least I think it succeeds. It's an 18. I don't know, but again, your stats are pretty good.
It's
Actually-
15.
DC 15 right now.
Okay, so that succeeds. The hag and the moon. Let's see here. The hag succeeds, and the moon fails.
Thanks, everybody.
You're fine.
Okay, got that marked off. Action surge, one additional action on my turn, and before I do that, I'm just gonna move right here. And improvise. Is Dane within reach of me?
Hold on. Sorry, I got distracted with my little girl.
You're fine.
What was your? Okay, so you moved up there,
Yeah.
and then what did you do?
Improvise, and I asked if Dane was in reach of me.
Before that.
Channel Divinity.
Channel Divinity?
Yeah, the turn.
Oh, action
of the-
surge. That might be what you're asking. I action surged.
Oh, to do like another action?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then for Dan?
Is he within reach of me? He's hovering, but
He's hovering about. Yeah, he's in reach. He's like 5 feet in the air right now because Lylana managed to interrupt the hack.
so I pull a dandelion seed out of my box and I place it in Dane's hand, wrap his hand around it, and then I whisper into his ear, "I'm so sorry I got you into this, but right now you need to make a wish to be someplace safe." And that's my turn.
Unfortunately, you. Oh, you know that was so cute. Unfortunately, because the Shadow Girl has her focus on him, you can't get near his hand. Like she currently has him covered in that darkness.
So I can't reach him. Okay.
Technically, you could have reached him, but I didn't know you were going for that route. I'm sorry.
true villain.
It's your turn.
Okay. Oh,
I know, it's so sad.
listen.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Maybe soon. If I get another crit. Fuck.
I don't know, Lucius has a plan.
I'm torn.
He does
'cause,
have a
like,
plan.
part of me is like, okay, I gotta try and kill off this NPC. But the other part of me is like fangirling. It's like, no, I can't.
DM
I
problem.
mean, you can change your plans. Do what you need to do.
You do
No.
a wisdom save. Yeah, still frightened.
As a DM,
Alright.
murder comes first.
Lucius about to go
I gotta
nuclear.
stay true to the DM role.
No.
I need to kill this NPC.
Lucius.
Okay. I'm gonna move from here to here. Does that provoke any attacks of opportunity?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait,
Hit
from
me.
where to where?
I was in front of one of the spirits, and I'm moving over here.
Yeah, that'll provoke 2.
Give it to me.
Oh boy.
He just falls over.
Oh my god.
One is so focused on Astrid that it failed with 3. And the one that's focused on you, 18.
That hits.
You take, oh, not, okay. 2 points of damage.
Okay. All right.
That's great for Lucius.
Woo! That is. All right. Now
Here
I'm
it
going
comes.
to quicken spell, and I'm going to use lightning bolt,
Lightning bolt.
which
Lightning
should
bolt.
give me, if I can, I can see. I mean, I got my heels on, so from between the legs of the pig, I should be able to see Moon Bitch in the background, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm hitting both of them with lightning bolt.
Lightning bolt.
Ooh.
My heels on.
I got my heels on.
I got my heels on.
Hold on, girl. Hold my hoops.
So I'll roll it. There's a lot of 2s and 1s and 3s. It's 18 points of damage, half for a dex saving throw. Which my save DC is 16.
A natural 1 and a 10.
Woo!
Let's go.
So
Now-
very good.
So that was my quicken bonus action. I'm going to do it again as an action.
Ooh.
And
Hell yeah!
Make that blue bitch drop concentration.
Hell yeah!
You should roll
half-
damage first on your attack.
I did it on
Okay, yeah.
D&D
So you-
Beyond. 22 half for the dex save again.
Let's see the pig girl. Oops. Okay, that is going to fucking dice gel. A natural 1.
Yes, let's go.
The other one, the moon girl got a 14.
Damn.
This DC is still 16. So 18
Woo!
and 22 points. of
Break that
damage.
concentration, boy. We gotta save this NPC. Oh, so I guess the Moon Girl's not turned away anymore.
And that is all my 3rd level spell slots for now.
Just blew his whole load out.
Well, for for 36 damage, she breaks her concentration, and
Booyah.
Fuck yeah!
darkness disappears from Dan's body, and with a slight dunk from 5 feet up in the air, falls onto the platform, and he lets out like a choking, coughing sound as blood comes out of his mouth. He's pretty beaten.
Which bone was broken?
Get closer
Which
and do a
bone?
perception check.
Which bone is
That
it?
would be a
I
medicine
can't.
check, actually,
I
but.
can't make that check. I'm not even there. I was curious if you saw it.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I was waiting. Oh, when he fell, he hit
Oh.
his head and got unconscious, so he can't grab the freaking dandelion. I didn't say that loud.
Would you like to do
Or
anything
he
else?
whispers, "I wish to be nowhere else but here with you, my love."
Oh
It's
my
okay.
god!
Oh,
Oh my god! Oh, that's
cheesiness, yeah.
Oh, Taka.
I said somewhere safe.
Don't worry.
Taka watches them fucking
Juicy
K-dramas. Taka watches K-dramas.
You just opened up a whole. Oh no. Hey,
Cassidy.
Time to give my-
Dane is not living.
The girls are like, fanning themselves right now.
Fuck
Okay,
Christ.
Lucius, did you want to do anything else?
That is everything I can do for now.
Okay.
What about your dildo, or is that a bonus action you used?
I used a quicken spell to turn my first lightning
Oh.
into a bonus action. So
Oh, right. I should know I played sorcerer. The hand.
You played low level though, right? We didn't. We weren't level 5 there.
I don't know why I thought Lucius was a bard.
Because he had an orgy, that's why, and he.
I guess so. Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought he
I
was.
mean-
Listen. I made that same mistake like off screen a couple days ago.
We all make that mistake with him. Now I see
look at
why
this-
you want a straight line.
Look at his token. He's so fabulous.
I know, right? That's why I thought bard.
He could be a.
maybe one day I'll play a bard.
Maybe he'll multi-class into it
I
one
mean, he
day.
could.
Yeah,
He
I'll
still
take a
could.
fucking bard at some point.
I mean,
The...
And I have to BRB real quick. Fucking doggos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Malachi.
Okay. The hag. Okay, Ayfram gonna be able to get opportunity attack. She's gonna go in front of the portal. She's like, this can't wait. Something has to be done and quicken. One hand goes towards the mirror with the hand coming out. It's engulfing her green energy. She turns back to Dane and engulfs him again and green energy with the other hand. He lifts up back 5 feet up in the air, and he starts to scream in pain again. Ayfram, go ahead and make your opportunity attack.
Ugh. 11. Okay.
Misses. Okay, Shadow. This one is gonna move in and
Is it
try to
not
block off
turned?
Lylena. Huh?
Is it not turned?
Oh yeah, they're turned, aren't they?
If they failed their wisdom saving throws on my channel divinity, they're
yeah.
turned.
That is right. What does turn do again?
They have to move as far away from me as it can. And
Oh.
it cannot willingly end its move in a space 30 feet from me, within 30 feet of me.
Every turn they have to run away
Oh.
until I think they pass a wisdom save.
Or they take damage.
It's turned for a minute, or until it takes
Oh
damage.
shit. That
So they have
is
to
a
move-
long time.
They're. Ooh.
It's a really good CC.
So max movement away from you?
They don't have to move if they're 30 feet away from me, I think. But they can't end their turn within 30 feet. Unless they can't move further.
So if they have to dash, they would dash.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Okay, this works. Okay. So he's gonna run from you and go over. I think this is. Let's see. Ruler. Where's my ruler?
You're good.
Okay. And Lylena, he's gonna attack you with a double attack.
For its action, it can only use the dash action.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
then it can't
can't-
attack me.
Wait. Oh shit.
I'll read it
Yeah,
to
they
you. A turned
can't do
creature
shit,
must
man.
a turned creature must spend its turn trying to move away as far away from you as it can. It can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. It also can't take reactions. For its action, it can only use the dash action or try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. If there's nowhere to move, the creature can use the dodge action. So it has to use all of its turn movement away, which does draw multiple AOs, which might free it from its turn undead, but or turn extraplanar.
Ooh. Okay.
It's pretty good.
Right, well.
Don't hit it.
Fireball.
Oof. Okay then. I guess it's there then. Oh my gosh. That's pretty good. Okay, Eve, you're up.
Let's see. I have a wonderful shadow creature that probably is a memory, but I don't know that. Whatever. I am going to use a level 1 slot and throw a cold aspected chromatic orb at my little shadow friend in front of me. Does a 18 hit?
Oh yes, it does.
All right. It is gonna take 20 cold damage.
Ooh.
Still standing, I'm guessing.
I have like a million sheets of paper in front of me. Okay, so that one's. Wow.
it's-
Actually, that is the one that you managed to do massive damage, full effect. How would you like to kill that one?
I freeze it in a tome of ice.
Since he was in the air with you, he's engulfed in ice, and what would have become ashes instead just comes plummeting down and shatters into frozen bits of ash. And before that happens, you hear a voice, a little boy's voice go, "Daddy, why you didn't find me?" And would you like to do anything else?
What the fuck, daddy? Okay. I'm just gonna lower down a little, just take a peek at it in my turn, see what the hell's going on down this hallway. Or stairway, I guess. I guess just to prevent me from getting... Nah, I'll just stay in the air. Like, about 20 feet in the air. But, like, peeking down the stairway, I'm assuming that's fine? Or is it, like, a closed-off passage? I'll just make it easy. I'll be on the ground.
Okay.
I'll do my turn on the ground right here. And that's it.
Okay. But are you still trying to look up or no?
Nah, I'm just gonna end my turn, like, right here. Because I was 30 feet in the air right here, so I'm just gonna go back on the ground in my turn.
Okay. Well,
Frightened.
this one is gonna run and go right here.
And Karn's like,
And-
what the fuck?
Karn's like, hello there. And smack it his next turn.
I'm just gonna move it a little over just so it doesn't block the shadow. But you're in attacking range, Karn, just so you know. It's just over there so it doesn't cover up the shadow. This
Successful?
shadow is also gonna run, but it's gonna go full blood dash. It's gonna be right there.
I think that one saved. If you're moving him to try to get him away from me.
Oh yeah, that's right, he did. I should mark these. Okay, so instead, this one's gonna move back to you, and it's gonna attack you. 19?
Hits.
Okay, you take 3 points of damage. The one on
And
Karn.
reaction,
Ooh.
please. Gift of the Gem Dragon Telekinetic Reprisal 2d8. 2d8 kind of force damage. It's 11.
Oh, nice, nice. Good job. Okay. The one on Karn is gonna attack you. 16 damage. I mean, not 16 damage. Oh my god, 16 hits.
Karn dodges.
Nice, nice. The one on Ashran is gonna attack. 21.
That is a hit.
Okay, you take 5. The one originally that was on Lucius goes back up to you, Lucius, and attacks. Oh, he might be. Are you still AFK, Lucius?
That's a yes.
He had to let us
Yeah,
talk.
he has a 13 AC. I'm pretty sure. He just want to save time.
That one misses. This one that was on Lylanda goes back and charges straight for you. And
That means Lucius gets an attack opportunity whenever he gets back.
yes, he does.
With his 0 damage, apparently.
It's fine. He can maybe use his dildo. Actually, he would be able to because it ran past it.
You sure what does even get
They,
an attack opportunity?
No, they don't.
Oh, they don't?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
This is 0.
I'm pretty sure he misses you with a 15.
yeah.
Okay. And is there any other shadows? No, they're all dead down there. Okay. Well, good news for those that are still frightened, it wears off.
Jeez.
Whoa!
Yeah.
We're them!
Wait, has it been a minute?
No, it is not. But I'll take it.
Okay. And let's see here.
May have been a frighten that lasted less, or maybe the concentration.
We only have 8 rounds, so I think it's been like at least 5 rounds.
I think it's been 4.
4. Yeah.
Wow.
I've counted down from 10, now I'm on 7 for the bless. For Ellie's, or for Leylines' bless.
The moon shadow girl moves around and
Burnt.
oh yeah, that's right. Ah,
But she took damage from lightning.
that's true.
That
Does
was
cancel it then?
before.
Who
Was
went
that
first?
before his?
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
he went first. Yeah, you're right.
So Lucius ruined your plan. So
Damn it.
she's not turned anymore.
Damn it!
Hey, she broke the concentration. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
it
good.
did break the
That's
concentration.
good.
She
Turning breaks concentration. No.
goes up a little bit closer to you and looks at your Ayfram. And you hear the words echoing in your mind. Say goodbye to him. This will be the last time you'll see him.
Oh.
And she shoots out black energy, and I need you to make a wisdom save for me.
Man, if only Lucius didn't do his lightning combo.
Nice.
Plus,
Well, you're definitely saved. I would hope with that number.
there's that.
Yeah, you still have bless too.
Aren't you at 25?
Nice. 24.
24, yeah.
So you manage to save. But you do take half. Well, so it was 6, so you only take 3 damage. And Ashran, you're up.
We'll focus on this toad. Try to kill him.
He was bloodied, right?
He was very
Yeah.
bloodied.
Crit.
Ooh, nice.
No.
Well,
Oh, I
he's
didn't
probably
roll. I didn't roll very high on damage. 9 damage.
This is new round, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Nice.
Second attack is a 19 to hit
Definitely
for
hits.
10 damage. Still standing?
Yeah.
By the way, the round goes by when it gets to your turn.
Yes.
They're personal rounds
speedy
of
cat.
combat.
Sure.
And last attack. Crit fish, because I didn't hit that. 17 to hit for
Hits on the dot.
another 9 points of damage.
Very, very nice.
That's
Stop.
my turn.
Just die.
Thing has
We
a
did
lot of
this
Jesus
for like
Christ, man, how much HP does it have?
It's like that last 1% on a fucking boss fight.
It feels like it takes forever.
As you see the frog cast, it's in rage cast.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not gonna stun it, so
Hopefully, it's gonna die on Karn's turn. Hopefully.
but I will shift over 1 and motion Karn to get behind it to finish it off.
Lucius is still gone, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
We can just add his damage and stuff up or whatever.
The piggy girl is gonna go after him.
All right, I'm back. My dad.
You're back, yay.
Perfect. Not
Perfect, just in time to get killed.
God damn it! I should have stayed away.
well, good news and bad news. Previous round, the shadow missed you, but you're not. But you also
You
gain
get an
a
attack
reaction against it. Yeah,
Okay.
You get to punchy the react the
it's
ghost.
the one that was
The one that's
that
next
is
to me
currently.
right now.
Yeah.
Man, now reaction for me is a very meaningless word unless I can use my spiritual weapon to hit him, but it's not close enough, I would assume. Like I can't
You
move
cannot.
it as a reaction. So yeah, I have no reaction. I could try to hit it, but I literally do no damage on unarmed strike.
Do it.
Because I have no
Do it.
strength.
Do it.
Don't be
Do
scared. Do it.
Do it.
Fine. Unarmed strike. Going for it. Fuck it. Alright. I get a +1 to hit on an unarmed strike.
Ooh.
17 to hit.
Yes.
Oh.
Alright. So I want you to look at D&D Beyond with me real quick. As I roll damage for unarmed strike, I can't.
Yeah.
What? Wait, what?
I can't roll damage for
No.
unarmed strike. It's 0 every time I click.
Why? Why is it 0?
Because unarmed strike is strength
Unarmed
based,
strike is 1 unless it's your strength
Oh.
mod. So
but I have a -2 to strength.
Oh.
So you
So I
punch
don't
it,
do
but it
damage.
does nothing.
And yeah, I punch it, but it does nothing.
Oh.
I do a
You-
squealing
you
punch.
just really like girly slaps.
Yeah, I do a
Get away, get away, get away!
Well, it got
like
away
that
from
attack.
you.
It's like that
You
spell
killed her.
where like
You
it's
killed her.
covering
You
your
just you killed Mari. She's done.
yeah,
Session closed.
We won, guys, we won!
We won. We distracted the DN. Maybe the piggy won't attack you now.
Her headset's off. She's crying.
Maybe we shouldn't have told Lucius to slap it.
I'm gonna, you know what? Screw that 0. No, you're gonna take at least 1. One.
one freaking
1 point
psychic
of damage.
It was so epic you slap it out of existence.
Psychic damage. You just like shock it, like, what the hell? That thing slapped me?
Oh man.
Well, it was nice knowing you, Lucius, unless your AC saves you.
Right.
Okay. The big girl's gonna do a. Where's her sheets?
Does she go oink?
Oink oink.
Like I put myself in the position knowing that I'm probably gonna get fucked up. So.
I mean, to be fair, you saw a bunch of shadow dudes behind you, not knowing what they were gonna do.
Yep.
She's gonna lick her lips and try to bite you.
Oh boy.
Is she giving you a hickey, boy?
Or herpes.
Kind of.
Was a 13 hit?
13 does not hit.
Wow.
Wait, I
I'm
thought you were
hasted.
13 AC. Oh, you're
I'm hasted, so I get 15 right now.
Oh shit!
This guy can dance.
Apparently.
Oh, okay. Karn, you're up.
Oh my god, I made it.
Okay.
You did it!
He dodged.
So Karn, seeing Ashran's Q, moves over there and continues the assault on this frog motherfucker.
On this fucking tank.
Yeah, it's like we decided to attack the tank first,
I
which is
hope the
always
other
the
ones-
worst idea.
I hope the other ones don't have that much HP.
Natural 16, so it eclipses the 17 AC. With a 10 total damage, 3 is radiant.
Okay.
It's not that, is it?
Oh my god.
It is extremely bloody, is what I will say, though.
That's a natural 9, so it's 5 is 4. No, plus 8 is 17. 21 with the plus. That's max damage, so 11 damage.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Second strike. Natural 18. Fuck it. 8 bludgeoning damage laced with Hand of Harm is 8 bludgeoning damage, 5 necrotic damage, 13 damage total.
Okay, with that, you would expect its lifeless body to fall to the ground and collapse. But instead, it just vanishes.
Like, just poof?
Just poof.
Instant
Like it fades out of
transmission
existence,
poof.
or is it just like into like a wormhole?
Boop.
Oh
Just
my
poof.
god.
Yep, they're not dead. Fuck.
Or it never existed to begin with, and we just wasted all that damage on that thing.
Um,
Oh my god.
as I see
Well, I
this,
mean, it got bloodied and stuff, so how did it exist? Ish.
See?
am I able to discern, like, am I able to discern if are we fighting really just eerily, like, strong images of these, or were we actually fighting them? Is there a check I can make?
You can do. I'll allow either history or arcane.
Does Bless assist with ability checks?
No, I don't think so. Hold on. Attack roll or saving throw, so no.
It's a natural 12 plus 4, history is 16.
with 16.
Yes.
Hmm. I'm gonna say it's a mix of both. Like it's unclear. Like you sense that you were actually attacking the real thing, or potentially like a real thing, but at the same time, maybe it wasn't really here.
Okay.
Or not connected per se.
Okay. So I see the frog. Karn sees the frog fade out of existence, and now that the frog is out of the way, Karn sees the pig mask and instantly bolts in her.
You okay?
Instantly bolts in her direction.
I heard Mari going to help the kid, so
I'm here.
Yeah, no, she fell, but she caught herself.
gotcha.
Where did Frog Boy go?
Nice deck save from the daughter.
Yes.
Yeah, right?
I assume I incur 2 attacks of opportunity.
Natural one, so one fails, the other. Does a 18 hit you?
18 is my AC, so yes.
You only take 2 points of damage.
Okay. And as I don't know, as a whatever action, I'll just, as I approach the pig mask, I'll be like, I feel like I've been waiting a long time to see you. That's it.
Okay. Lylana.
Okie dokie.
Poke the piggy.
First off, my spiritual weapon is gonna go and attack the hag that's channeling on Dane again.
Thank you.
I just want to save Dane.
Uh, 26 to hit.
That does hit.
12 damage.
Nice, nice.
And then I'm going to use the healing word on Ayfram.
Oh my god, I was going to the bath.
Yeah. Healing word on Ayfram. 10.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
And that's it.
Nice, nice. Rael, you're up.
He's muted. I don't know if he's here.
Oh,
He moved his token. He's here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I forgot I was muted. I'm going
all
to
good.
attack this shadow person.
Okay.
$25 to hit.
That hits.
Just going to dump this in it. So that's 13 points of piercing, 1 point of psychic on that shadow.
That one is now dead.
Okay, perfect. For my second attack, I'm going to use my bonus action to triple log an arrow and aim straight for the pig lady.
Ooh, nice.
And a bit echoing what Karn said, you're gonna see the turtle just become super serious and just exclaim, "I've been waiting a long time for this as well. Hope you're ready." And that's a 25 to hit as well.
Ooh, hell yeah.
So that's going to be a 36 damage piercing.
30. Ooh. Very good.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Right when the shadow died and get pierced by your arrows, you hear a little girl's voice going, "Mommy, why did Daddy abandon us?" And it falls and turns into ash.
Damn.
Oh boy, thank you.
Ayfram, back to you.
Bonus action, Vigilant Sanction. So this is only 1d8 plus 4 radiant to everyone, well, all the unfriendlies within 20 feet. Charisma saving throw for half damage. And that was 11.
Okay, starting in 20 feet, starting with the hag. The hag fails.
It's also paralyzed for a turn.
The shadow creature by you also fails. And let's check for the moon girl. She succeeds. She got a 19. So the hag and the shadow are paralyzed?
Yep, and 11 radiant damage.
Nice.
And I will roll for temp hit points. 5 plus 4 is 9. And if Dane has 10 hit points, he gets those 2, I guess. Action. I'm so super pissed at this hag. I'll just take my battle axe out. It's already out. Ugh. 2 hit, 11.
Paralyzed, so you get advantage.
Yeah, but that one misses, so roll again for advantage.
13.
Misses.
Do I get a plus 4, I guess, too, right? Is bless still out?
Yeah, you do have bless, so you get plus 4. Well,
1d4?
a d4, yeah.
A 4. So that's a 17 total.
So that one hits.
Each attack gets that, by the way.
Okay. So that hit, 12 damage.
Isn't it a critical hit if they're paralyzed?
I don't think so.
I know one of them's an automatic critical hit.
I thought it was paralyzed, but I could be mistaken.
Nah, for that it says.
Oh yeah, any
rolls.
attack that hits the creature is a critical hit.
Creature is a
Attack
crit
is
hit.
within 5 feet.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Holy shit.
Oh.
Apply a smite. Apply a
Critical.
smite.
Oh, I've
For
got
both?
it.
Put a smite in that sheet.
Oh, God.
Smite.
So that's 6 slashing. Last spell slot, Divine Smite.
You can right-click the
roll-
damage of it. Yeah, you don't just multiply the damage by 2. You gotta roll extra dice.
Yeah, it's not that. So you roll 2d8 plus 2, and then you roll 4d8 for your Divine Smite. So you roll an extra 5d8 right now.
Yeah, sorry.
You can also right-click it too, and do critical, and it'll add the dice for you automatically for your Divine Smite. He's gonna one-shot this hag.
Do it.
All right, so I want to back up and just make sure I don't re-roll stuff.
All right, so just roll 4d8 right now.
48. Okay.
So 5 slashing damage plus 19 radiant. All right.
Very good.
Is she holding anything?
You see, in her hands
passed this
wise,
before.
no. But if you want to go a little bit more detail, then you can do like an investigation or perception
No,
check. But you
that's
already did a
fine.
bonus.
That's fine.
Is she bloodied?
You do see her green energy going towards the portal and towards Dane starting to flicker.
Okay, I think that's all I've got.
Okay.
Do I want to move? No, I don't want to move.
Okay. Lucius.
Me. I am going to move my spiritual weapon. Yes, I'm going to move my spiritual weapon over here for Pig Lady. I'm going to smack it twice. So my spell's out of here. There we go. 13 probably misses. I'm assuming that misses. 27 for the second one.
27? That hits.
7 points of damage.
Nice, nice.
And then I am going to... I'm gonna get away. I'm gonna get away from this. So this one's dead, right? This one next to me with the X is out of here, so I'm gonna move.
Yep.
I don't move forward yet. There's two big old monsters there. That's scary. I'm gonna move back over here. Move down here. And then I end my turn.
Okay. The hag is paralyzed, so she can't do anything. Nor can
you-
this.
Can't he roll to break it?
Mm-hmm.
Since he's out of range now of 30.
Does that how that work?
I don't know. I just thought that was what was mentioned earlier.
But no, that's not how it works.
Oh, so yeah, he fucked.
Yeah.
No
Okay.
fireball.
Eve.
All right, Eve will little hover into the room. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. From my point of view, can I see the moon hag? Actually, never mind. She's out of range. Disregard. But I guess, can I see her though?
Yeah, I can see her.
All right. Good to know that she's out of range. Pig lady, is she bloodied or anything?
She is definitely beaten up, but bloody not yet.
Alright. I will try once again to wave my hand and whisper a couple whispers into her mind with phantasmal force. I need an save from her.
$11?
She has failed.
Ooh.
So she is going to envision, and only she can see. She's going to imagine, thinking about the frog and what might have happened to Eve. Eve is going to put that same effect on the frog, or on the pig lady. She now is, what she thinks is, she's encased in a glass vial that has boiling liquids at the bottom of it.
All of a sudden, you see her, you see her like crimbling up like inwards and just screaming out in pain.
And for her to break it, she just has to do an investigation check on her turn with intelligence, so... But until then, she just thinks that exists. And... That is all I'm gonna do that turn.
Okay, and... well, Shadow Creature does nothing still. Little shadows. This one is gonna get closer again to Ashrin and try to attack you. $19 to hit.
It's a hit.
Take 6 damage.
Okay. Use my reaction again since bloodied again.
Ooh, nice.
19 hit you
So-
even with the +2 AC?
Yeah, my base is 17.
Oh, okay.
So my shadows begin to flare out again as blood seeps from my wounds. And I use a shadow strike against this guy. And I crit, so it's just gonna die.
Ooh.
I assume it's gonna die. That's 12 slashing plus 22 necrotic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, as you go ham on the shadow, you hear a little voice going, he broke up this family. He didn't care for us at all. And turn into dust.
Now I'm questioning whose backstory we're hearing.
A family.
Pretty sure it's a family, yeah. Or maybe relation to those kids.
Subu's family.
Or... Oh, no. Oh,
Those
no, that would be
kids,
terrible.
They lost their mom and dad, remember? But that's not the point right now.
I don't think that... Yeah, anyway.
Okay.
Little piggy
This
burning.
shadow is gonna go back to Karn and try to attack you. 13. Pretty sure that misses you.
Yeah, I miss.
The one on Lylena is gonna attack you. Does an 18 hit you? Ooh, okay. And that one up there is paralyzed. I don't think there's any more shadows. Okay. Moon Girl. Is gonna go move back over here. And she's gonna engulf Dane in her shadows again, and he lifts up off the ground. You hear other bones starting to break and shatter, and he lets out a horrible scream, and he goes fully limp.
Welp.
Oh, I didn't mean to skip. Ashwin, your turn.
Ashrin, seeing this pig lady, will bound forward on all fours and leap to just slash the shit out of her. So with flanking, what were we counting flanking? Was it advantage or +2?
I'm gonna go with advantage.
Okay. First attack is a 24 to hit. For 8 slashing damage plus 10 necrotic damage. Second strike is a 27 to hit with 6 slashing damage and 17 necrotic damage. And the final attack, 19 to hit with 6 slashing damage and 11 necrotic. So you just see Ashrin just bound forward and 3 quick slashes just rend open the face of this pig motherfucker.
Well, as you did so, the same thing. What happened to the frog? She disappears.
Okay, she had less HP than the frog by far.
Figured out who the tank was.
I think the frog was the tank.
Oh.
Ashrin is now in your control, Mari.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Ashrin, in a rage, attacks the shadow creature right in front of him.
Hey, that was just one attack, right?
Was that just one attack? I thought he did all 3. I thought he did. Are you trying to trick me?
Is the pig?
I think he
dead?
did all
No,
3.
he definitely did all 3.
Oh, he
He
because-
did all
Okay,
3. He
remember.
just murdered the pig lady.
Yeah, I think his
because
turn is
on the
done.
list, the first Howlclaw was from a reaction, then it was Hawklaw, Fury of
Oh.
Blows, and then Hawclaw.
Yeah, he did his 3. He's
Gotcha,
done,
okay.
unless he's moving.
Which I assume he's
Nah.
not because he stepped away. And
Yeah.
He's probably done.
Okay. No. I'm keeping him posted on things. But okay, Karn, your turn. I know it's a 7, but I don't think it's gonna take out much longer.
Seeing the pig lady just disappear in front of me, Karn gets pretty frustrated. The eyes turn black, and he turns around and launches a haymaker right at the shade next to him. It's a natural 17, so 25 before plus.
Oh, if it's at 17, it hits.
That's max roll. So 6 plus 5 is 11 bludgeoning damage, 4 necrotic damage, and 3 radiant damage. $18 damage total.
Okay.
What's it? Unarmed strike. 19 before plus.
That hits.
$13 total damage. 3 necrotic. Second strike is 8 plus 8, 16 plus 2, so 18.
That hits.
$10 damage total.
Okay. As you do your moves on him, you hear two children just crying hysterically. And with that, it crumbles into ash.
Karn will advance. Karn really doesn't see much of anything else right now, but he does see the shadow assholes in front of him, so he moves over there. That will be Karn's turn.
Okay. Lylena.
Okay. Bonus action spiritual weapon, attack the hag again.
Ooh.
It is gonna hit her. 25 to hit. Holy shit.
Is she still paralyzed?
I think she is until Ayfram's turn.
Yeah.
Well, you can roll your crit. You can roll crit damage then.
Ooh. Hey. I right click it to do that?
Yep, right click and do critical damage. Or crit damage, I guess that's what it's called.
That work?
Sorry.
I don't think it did.
That's a 21 damage, because you
21?
double the damage dice, then you don't damage the plus. So that's
Okay.
21.
Okay, 21 damage then.
Ooh, nice. Very nice.
Okay. And then oh wait, hold on. I totally forgot that the next attack on her was going to have advantage,
Mm-hmm.
like forever ago. Did Ayfram ever use that?
But if it is just the next attack,
It is the
Mine-
next attack.
mine did hit. I don't think I had the. I used advantage because it was paralyzed.
Yeah, he already has
okay,
advantage,
okay.
so-
So,
Just making
yeah.
sure. Just making sure.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. I'm gonna do. Other guiding bolt towards the moon hag at 2nd level. 27 to hit.
Ooh, yeah.
18 damage.
Very good. But doesn't break her concentration.
So the next attack on her has advantage.
Ooh,
On the
nice,
moon
nice.
moon face bitch.
Okay. Would you like to do anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Ryle, you're up.
30. Okay, so bonus action, Hunter's Mark,
Mm-hmm.
and shoot 2 arrows at the Moon Hag.
Ooh.
First arrow is 12 to hit.
That one misses.
You have advantage, right?
That
Oh,
was
yeah.
with advantage. Roll 2
Oh.
twos.
Damn.
Second is 26 to hit.
Oh, that definitely hits.
Ooh.
So that's 13 piercing, 2 psychic, and 4. Whatever the fuck Hunter's Mark is. For a total of 19 damage. On the
Very
Moon Hag.
good.
And that's my
With
turn.
nice, very very nice. With the combination of Lylana doing that decent chunk and then you following up and doing that, her concentration does break and his body falls to the ground. No sound is heard from him.
Uh-oh.
Ayfram, you're up.
Bonus action. Resilience of the Abandoned. So I touch the what is this thing called? Damn it.
What thing?
I'm looking for it. Sending stone. I touched the sending stone that Loris gave me, and I remember the first time that he really looked into my eyes right after he'd rescued my limp body from a raging river that was formed by a flash flood. He was so strong and he knew exactly what to do in that moment. And so I feel inspired now and gain 20 temporary hit points.
Very nice, very nice.
Do something a little bit weird now. From that inspiration, I can mod my shit first. As my action, I rip a patch off of my robe. This is a pit patch, and I place it at the feet of the hag with the intention for it to extend 10 feet back from where she is to make a 10-foot square extending north.
Okay, I was about to say. So you want the pit to be under her, but and then going north of her, right?
Like that. Hopefully encompassing as much of that mirror too as I can.
Okay. Very interesting. Okay. So your pit patch just creates a pit, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
10
I
by
don't know how to-
10 by 10-foot cube ground just disappears.
Oh. I'm trying to. Oh gosh, now I gotta like. Oh god. No, do I?
So if she wants to do something, she's gonna climb out of a 10-foot hole.
Well,
Okay.
It's- and I don't think she's paralyzed now since this is my turn. Or when my turn ends, I guess she's.
Yeah, she's not paralyzed anymore. If it only lasts one turn.
Yeah, but that's.
Okay. The pit forms but the mirror isn't affected by it. It just floats. And the hag does fall, and I'm gonna say it was 10.
Is that even
I'm gonna
fall
be with
damage?
her paralyzed. You know what? I'm just gonna do a D4 damage because she's paralyzed and it's 10 feet. She
Well,
takes
she
3
was
damage.
paralyzed, not paralyzed
she's
anymore.
out of it.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
not
she's
paralyzed
probably
anymore.
out of it when my
It
turn
would be at
started.
the end of his turn, but the whole happens before his turn ends.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So she would take the damage.
So yeah, she I'm gonna go with a D4 fall damage. She takes 3 damage. Your spirit weapon, I'm just gonna move it right by that one. Otherwise, these are gonna be floating, right? I don't know.
My floating weapon floats. My floating
I'm gonna
weapon
leave it right
floats.
there
My
then.
spiritual weapon.
My floating weapon.
Gonna float.
Okay, Lucius.
That's all I got.
All right. One more point of clarification. The buff that we got or whatever, it didn't come from my little wizard puppet, right? Or did it?
Your little bonus?
But yeah.
Oh no.
Okay. Well, in this moment, I'm going to whip my little wizard puppet out, and I'm going to say, "Do something," because I don't even know what this thing does yet.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, hold on. Let me get on. I got research.
If it does absolutely nothing, that is fine too. But I'm still using my action to see what this little wizard puppet does.
Where did you? I forgot. Was that from the cat creature, or was that from the carnival game?
I think that was the carnival game. I think that's what I got when I did the poetry slam.
What's it called?
Where's my notes? Where's my notes? Where's my notes? Where's my items? Where's my items? Wizard puppet. I just called it a wizard puppet.
I don't even see it on a wiki. What the fuck is this item?
Homebrew shit. That's what.
Homebrew shit, motherfucker.
Okay, I see it. As an action, you can move the puppet's arms to cast a minor illusion cantrip. After 3 uses, the puppet disappears in a puff of smoke.
Would I know that beforehand?
Yeah, you'll know that beforehand.
Okay. Well, then I'll save the wizard puppet. In this case, I'm going to use my bonus action. This is the last of my fucking sorcery points. I'm gonna move. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. I'm gonna move up here and move right here. Move next to Karn. No one's in line here. I'm gonna use my bonus action. Take my last 5 remaining sorcery points. I'm gonna give myself a 3rd level spell slot. And I'm gonna use a lightning one last time.
Woo!
Lightning bolt.
A lightning.
And so I should hit Big Boy here and...
Big Boy's gonna be turned.
That's okay. That's
You-
okay. That's
you-
okay.
He doesn't know that.
I definitely wouldn't. Whoa.
At this point,
Okay.
I have a promise to make. So
It's okay. Karn needs something to hit right now.
Hey, there's the little doll thingy behind me.
all
Shadow creature thing.
It'll be a dex save DC of 16, and I rolled too many dice. So boom. Huh?
Mhm.
Give me something good. 27 points of damage.
Oh,
Woo!
Half if they make the DC save of 16.
they both failed.
Let's go!
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
So 26 damage on the shadow girl, and 26 on that shadow demon.
27. So-
27. My bad.
Okay. I'm gonna end it.
With
Huh?
that damage on the shadow girl, she breaks her concentration on Dan. Oh wait, no, it was already broken. That's right. Never
I
mind.
broke it before.
She broke it.
You broke.
Dave's
She a
broken on the
broke
floor.
bitch.
Okay, what else are you gonna say?
I was gonna say ha, and they say lightning doesn't strike the same place more than once.
God damn it.
Very clever.
I approve.
Okay,
I'm scared Big Boy is gonna kill me though.
It's fine, you're right next to me. It's fine. And also, before he got turned, he was focused on me, so
Depends if he knows what hit him.
true.
What is the hag gonna do?
Why the fuck am I in a hole?
She got to climb out of a hole first.
Especially since she was paralyzed, fell into a pit. Even though she's not paralyzed anymore, I'm gonna say that made her prone. So she's gonna use half of her movement to get up, and then she's gonna spend the other half and a dash to try and get out.
Does she have to roll a dex or acrobatics or something
Yeah.
to get out?
Yes, she does. So she gets up, starts to chant, and she tries to climb. And she succeeds to get out.
Aw. Take her back in the pit.
Right now, where is she?
So I'm gonna put her,
Bitch.
since I'm gonna put her right here.
Damn, if I'd have waited, that would have got her too.
If only you knew. I mean, I could do something here, I think. Hold on. Ooh. Rizo.
She's gonna shout, and she's gonna look to the portal, and like, I can't do much here. You need to come out. Sacrifices has to be made. And you hear some of you recognize his voice. Lylana, Karn, and Eve, you recognize the voice. It's the same voice you heard when it killed that little doll.
Oh no.
He yells, and the whole place vibrates to the point where rubble comes falling from the ceiling and says, "How dare you make
Magic cell, not important.
Huh?
Don't worry about it.
Sorry, I was distracted with my little girl. She's trying to eat dinner. Okay, let me start over. So the voice says, "How dare you try to make demands? Don't you know who I am?" And with that, black smoke comes and engulfs her. She floats up in the sky about 20 feet. And it tightens around her body. She starts to choke, unable to make even some slight of sound. And he pulls her into the portal with him. And all you hear is blood gurgling much.
She did it. Shh.
And you just hear the guy go, "More, more."
Use your friends wisely, folks.
This shadow demon hears that and in a trance goes and makes his way to the portal. Eve, it's your turn.
Try something. Noticing he's running towards the portal. I'm gonna do a bonus action first. I'm gonna use my little ice move I have to hit both him and the whatever moon girl. I need a dex save from both of them. 15 they need to beat. Or 15 or higher, rather.
The moon girl fails. She got a 10. And who were you attacking else again?
The shadow beast that's running towards the portal.
He also fails.
Alright, I am gonna restrain their feet. So they're restrained now. And they are taking both of them. Wrong spell. That doesn't matter, it's the same dice. 9 plus 1d6 I have to roll. 9. They're taking 14 cold damage each, and they're both restrained.
Nice.
And to top it off, I am gonna throw a fireball at them. 2. I'm gonna make sure I don't hit anyone else. I'm gonna aim it to the side of the room. I think I have enough room for that. Yeah. So I'm gonna throw like in the corner so I don't hit anyone else. Yeah. And they are gonna have to do a dex save, which I think since they are restrained, I think they have disadvantage now. Or wait, let me read this.
Correct.
Yeah, they have disadvantage on dex saving. And if they fail, they take 31 fire damage.
Oh, well,
Big dick damage right there.
they both fail. 31, you said?
31 fire damage, yep.
The shadow girl with the moon glances at Dan and then at Ayfram. And Ayfram, you hear a voice in your head saying, "I'll be back for him." And with that, she puts her hand and darkness forms over his heart, like where his heart would be on his body. And she disappears.
Did she just take his heart?
I will say, Ayfram, since you're right there, you notice a black marking on his chest of a black Delilah. In the center of the flower is an eyeball, and where the pupil should be is an hourglass. And Eve, was that it for you?
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Oh, is Shadow Beast bloodied or anything, or still healthy?
They're both still healthy.
Alright.
Shadow Demon over in this corner can't do anything. Still.
I can control action.
Little shadows. Who is left? Oh, the one on
paralyzed.
Lylena.
The one
The
that
what?
Lena, the one that's paralyzed.
Oh, they're both paralyzed.
Well, one of them is. The Lylena one isn't.
The one by me is not.
Yeah, the
Oh,
one
that's
by
right.
me is not paralyzed.
Oh, right. The other paralyzed also run out. You're right.
Okay, so the little shadow is gonna attack Lylana for natural 20.
Fuck.
Ooh.
Dealing 12 damage.
Okay.
One on Ayfram.
14 con save, so I'm still concentrating.
Yay.
How much damage was it? 12?
12, yeah.
Yep, 12. Does a 17 hit you, Ayfram?
It does not.
Okay, it misses you then.
Put it to the side.
Okay, okay, you control Ashrin.
Okay. Ashrin sees the shadow shade of the thing attacking Lylena. I can't move him. Can you just move him next to Lylena?
Oh, yeah, sure. Right there?
Up one.
Okay.
And he is bloody. So in a mangy, feral, extra long claws, he will attack the shade-looking motherfucker. Let's make sure I get his modifier right. With flanking, it's advantage. It's a dirty 20,
That hits.
naturally. So, oh my god, that is insane damage. Okay, hold on. I don't have those dice out. Uh, 13 slashing damage on first hit. Unarmed strike. Natural 20.
Ooh!
$21 damage on the second hit.
As the second hit lands, Ashrin hears both kids' voices echoing in his head. Daddy never came. Never. So cold. It's so cold. And it pummels into a pile of ash.
Kay, the player, is not sure how Ashran would react to that.
Right now, with him being bloody, he doesn't think at all right now.
Okay. So, everybody around Ashran, I guess, just hears the furious snarling while he's bloodied, and he, in a bloodthirsty path, looks behind him. So he just moved 25. He has 15 feet left. Can you just move him 15 feet north?
Sure.
As he slowly trods northward towards the other shadow assholes.
Okay. Karn, you're up.
Karn. So, so the hag in the portal right now, she's there.
She's not there. I just put
She's
her.
not there. Okay,
Yeah.
she's not there. Okay. Just want to make sure.
Let me do this.
Okay. Karn will you guys just see Karn kind of focus his energy, and in a zip, almost Dragon Ball Z style, bonus action, Step of the Wind, and with propelled by the wings, launches a more or less like a sonic sort of fist right at this shadow asshole. There for good measure. Flanking, natural 16 plus 19.
That hits.
15 damage on the first hit. $17 to hit. Does that hit?
Mm-hmm.
$10 damage on the second hit. And then double threes. I don't think this will hit. Let's see. 11 plus 2, 14. No, 13 to hit.
Well, 13, you said?
13 to hit, yeah.
That misses.
Okay. So Karn just kind of flies and attacks the shade with a large fist, two fist combo, and then tries to kick and misses.
Okay. Lylena.
Okay. Moving up to as far as I can get to Dane. Hi.
I implore you to help him.
Yeah, I don't think I need to be that close though. Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Mass healing word, 3rd level. $11 healing to everybody.
Mass healing word.
Yes. 6 creatures of my choice. So
Ashrin is no longer bloody.
everyone but Rael. Hold on. 3. Everybody but Karn and Rael.
I heal myself too fast.
Hey, how much we get?
10. Wait, 11. I was wrong.
I mean, I'm back to full with just 7s.
Can you put Ashrin at 26?
Sure.
And that included Dane, by the way, so he's not dying anymore.
Was that?
Or at least if he was unconscious, he's at 11 hit points.
After that, you see his body flinch, and a deep, raspid gasp comes from him. And he begins to moan slightly. Rael, you're up.
bonus action, I'm going to move the Hunter's Mark that is now gone from the Moon Lady and move it to this Porky Meanster.
Boy.
Is that a bonus action?
Yeah, it is.
If a creature is basically defeated or out of
I thought that was just free. It's not free?
no, it's not free. It's a bonus action.
Oh, okay.
So I'll
It
do
depends on
that.
what module you play. I think in Pathfinder it's free.
Then
Maybe I'll
5,
think of
10,
Paladin.
15,
Sorry.
20, 25, 30. And I'm going to use my action to restock my quiver because I'm out. And that's my turn.
I believe I've rolled so shitty on my math heal. Every time I think I've rolled a 1.
It'd be like that.
All right. 11's good. 11's not bad.
Yeah.
She
That's the
says that.
beauty of D&D.
She says that as she's been rolling well for everything else she's been doing.
Right.
It's true. That's true.
Ayfram.
Right. So I just yell out. I say, "Hey, the pig down in the corner is turned."
I did forget to do my bonus act.
I'll allow it.
I did forget that. Can my spiritual weapon attack the piggy?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
This god does no mercy.
Yes.
24 to hit.
It hits.
6.
6 damage. Nice.
Okay, back to you.
Back to me. Dane is chained up. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I've got very little left, so I will turn to face guy and attack with my battle axe. 12, 13 to hit.
13.
Mm-hmm.
Misses.
You've been rolling absolute garbage with that battle axe.
Oh. Welcome back, Ariel.
I roll garbage all the time.
No.
Trade it in for a great sword. Trade it in for a great sword.
What's my HP at? 34. I will save that. Yes. I am going to attempt to move around just to the other side of Dane. I perceive this big pig beast as being more of a danger. Is there an attack of opportunity there?
Yeah. 19.
19 hits.
Take 5 damage.
Okay. Reaction.
Oh.
Telekinetic reprisal. I
Ooh.
did this wrong. I did this wrong last time. So this is 12, but there is a strength saving throw. DC of 8, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Well, shadows have no strength, so it definitely fails.
Okay, so it takes full damage, and then it's supposed to get pushed 10 feet away from me, but that would be right into Karn.
Well, the moment it does take that damage, you hear two kids' voices echoing in your head. Mommy, I miss Daddy. And you hear tears. You hear them crying. And with that, the shadow turns into ash. And even though it's pushed 10 feet, the ash just sprinkles all over the place.
All over Karn.
Just all my cards covered in ash.
Karn is now
Got
blessed.
pollinated on.
Shadow pun.
You're just going.
It's just gray glitter.
Lucius, you're up.
There's glitter in my eye.
Right. I am going to use my bonus action such to move Dildo's Maximus over here to this creature.
Mm-hmm.
Hit it twice.
Well, Ayfram did warn you that it was turned, so.
I'm smacking it, but I'm not focusing on it really. I just need, because I can't move my spiritual weapon all the way over, so I need to.
Well,
hit it
he
on
did
the
say
way.
not to attack it. So if
Uh,
you would have heard that, and if you would have ignored that, that's up to you.
no, I definitely would have heard it. Sorry, I've been messing with puppers. Okay. Well, in that case, it's like right here. I can't. How far can I move this thing?
30,
30 on my bonus action?
I believe so.
Oh, I think it's 30.
20 feet.
20 feet.
That's basically 30.
Yeah, so it'll move up here. And you got a floating dildo next to you. And then I come zooming by. Let's see here. Dane's on the ground, like, is he conscious? Is he unconscious? What's the deal with Dane?
He just got
He's-
conscious.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna move up. And I was gonna use, like, is he healthy or what's good?
Give me an investigation or medicine check. Or, yeah, investigation or medicine.
They're both the same. I'll do a medicine. 9.
Fine. Well, I mean, you're right there. For the gist of it, you definitely can tell he has some broken limbs. He's in massive pain. He is having a hard time to breathe. He has cuts, bruises all over his body.
Okay, I will.
And a
use-
tattoo.
And a tattoo.
Yeah, over his chest area. It's a black Delilah flower, and in the center of it, it's an eyeball, and where the pupil is supposed to be, it's an hourglass. And since you did check on him, inside the hourglass, you see 8 little dots inside of it, but you're having a hard time. You feel like it's moving, but it's all blurry right now for you.
Yeah, and he the battle so fast. So I will just go ahead and hit him with the cure wounds real quick, so I can feel useful. 9.
9. Okay, good.
9 points of healing to him, and then just gonna chill here. That will end my turn.
I forgot. What was the status on the Shadow Demon?
Which one?
Which one?
The one by Ayfram.
He's awake.
He's awake.
He was being
got
pulled
awake.
into the mirror or something, or moved toward the
Yeah.
mirror.
Yeah, he moved towards the mirror.
Restrained. There we go.
He's
That's
restrained.
what it's restrained.
Oh, he is restrained. All right.
Right. I did that. I forgot about that.
Frost Nova.
Is that? How do I break out of that cell? Or how does that work?
You told me a dex save.
Oh, that was my thing. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's the thing I gave you.
15.
18.
Be free.
Okay, and with that, at the end of the turn, right? Did I put
You
that
didn't
there?
specify to me, so your choice.
Good.
Assuming because it's trying to use its whole action to break free from the restraints, that's at least its action.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely its action. Well, he's gonna use his remaining movements and get drained into
Not
the
toward the
portal.
mirror. Ow!
You
Right.
hear a guy laughing not mechanically,
Maniacally.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I'm so tongue-tied right
English
now.
hard.
And between laughter, you just hear like bones crushing, flesh tearing. And yeah. Eve.
I'm just gonna use a firebolt on the last room. You know what? I'm gonna shoot a firebolt at the mirror, see what happens.
Wanting to attack that thing.
I want to see what happens. It's probably a miss if I can even target it, but does a 12 hit?
I mean, it's a fucking mirror.
A 12 does hit. It's huge.
Alright. I did 15 fire damage to it, assuming it takes damage.
To answer Karn's question, it's like a suction in the thing. Like he grabs when he got near. So, yeah. You said 15 damage?
15 fire if it matters.
You start seeing cracks form on the edges of the mirror.
Ooh.
Alright, that's the end of my turn.
Take note of that.
Okay. Shadow Demon B can't do anything. Wow.
Woo!
That thing's OP! Oh, and there's no more shadows. Oh goodness, Asher.
Oh, interesting. Ashran is no longer bloodied and trying to mass murder
What the
everybody.
mirror?
Ashran would have seen that. Yeah. Let's see.
He
Firebolt
should.
was on like that.
So he should still have feline agility. I think he didn't use it this round of this combat scenario. So you should be able to easily get there.
He has 40 feet of movement, so you can just.
Ah, well. You also have feline agility.
Just remember, the pit is hovering above, or the mirror is hovering above a pit.
Above a pit. Oh, okay. Well,
You can still get to like the sides right here of it.
yeah. Can you,
Right there?
yeah.
Okay.
Ashran will, I don't know, scratch the mirror? Close your ears, guys. It's gonna screech really hard.
Oh.
It's a fucking natural 4. So 12, 14 to hit.
That does hit.
One of these. 8 damage.
Okay. As he makes those claw, it does make that nails on a chalkboard sound. but-
Hey!
I know, girl, but the mirror does crack a little bit more.
Second attack. That's even worse. 3. Fuck. 12.
To hit? Yeah, that hits.
Max damage, so 11.
The cracks are increasing and spreading more in towards the center.
Oh, that's better. 30, 20.
That hits.
Max damage again. 11.
Okay, decent. The mirror is decently cracking, like really cracked up. You hear the same voice starts to curse in a unknown language.
Interesting.
Is it infernal?
Nope.
Celestial?
Nope.
I'm just gonna go down the list.
Elvish? Orcish? Okay. Karn's turn. Seeing his monk buddy, attack the mirror. He'll follow suit. Uh, 19.
That hits.
Uh, 14 damage. No, 17 damage, sorry.
Really good. Okay.
22.
That hits.
$13 damage.
Really good.
Natural 19.
That hits.
11 damage.
Okay. The mirror is looking pretty badly. The portal is starting to fade in and out as the crack starts getting closer and closer to it. Lila, now you're up.
I'm going to raise my hand up and my spiritual weapon is gonna fly up to the center of the mirror. Shit out of the fucking mirror.
Yeah.
$19 to hit.
That hits.
8 damage.
Nice. More cracks appear, and
And
it's starting
then-
to... Sorry.
You go ahead.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Should I do a cantrip or should I use my last?
Falls to the wall.
Okay. Guiding bolt on the mirror. Level
Oh
2.
my god.
Whew.
He said. $22 to hit.
That hits.
10 damage. That was
I
really
think-
shitty.
Oh, still decently.
The dice had to balance out.
It did from earlier.
Well, at least your 30 something hit
Yeah,
like when it mattered.
it did. And that was my
You
level
s-
1 guiding bolt too.
Ooh, damn, that's really good then. The voice starts panic a little bit more. And then the place starts rumbling. And rubble starts falling from the ceiling. The statues around this area starts slowly breaking apart.
I yell out, "Destroy the mirror!"
Ryle, you are up.
So, hypothetically speaking, Rizo, how big is your spiritual weapon?
You just ask him how big his.
12 inches! 13
Well,
inches!
This is a floating weapon, so we're going.
Double-ended.
We're going not double-ended,
Aw.
not yet. That was special occasion, sir. I'm gonna say about 2.5 feet long.
Okay.
Say
And
it'd be handy. Get aerodynamics on one end and a notch on the other. So
and Mary, with a 14
Yes.
strength, am I able to turn this dildo into an improvised arrow?
You know what? For the sake of cool, yes.
All right. So as part of this attack, I'm also going to triple knock it as a bonus action.
Woo!
Okay.
Triple knock that dildo.
Now, off the bat, I'll let you know my spiritual weapon itself is 1d8 plus 5 damage.
Here's what we're gonna do, right? You're gonna roll on your dildo, and I'm going to roll on my arrow. Just the two, and then since it's a triple knock, I still get to add my arrow damage to your dildo, and that's gonna be my total damage.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good to the DM.
Hell yeah, it does.
Okay. I'm here. I'm here for it. Am I rolling to hit or just the damage?
No,
I think
it would be
should
me to hit, but I roll a natural 1.
11 hits though.
I mean, if you allow it, you'll allow it.
I'm gonna allow it.
Okay. So that is going to be... Okay, so... That's 36, 38, and what did you roll for your spiritual weapon?
Let me see. Ooh, that's a high one. 12 points.
So that will be 50 points of damage.
Oh, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay.
fluffy cock flying.
Remember, you allowed this.
How, with both of y'all combined, how the fuck do you want to shatter this mirror?
By our powers combined.
Just please have it go end over end.
Well, I was
Before-
going to basically say that because of the difference in mass, my 2 arrows are the first ones to pierce, and they basically pierce kind of together, but separate apart enough so that the spiritual weapon has room to fit between them.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon
Makes
as the
this more
spiritual weapon
sexual.
comes flying, all 3 go through at the same time.
Nice.
I imagine it too because it's flying at a faster velocity. It's even floppier, like flying through the air.
This mirror was not counting on triple penetration.
You guys do this, and you see the arrows and the floppy dildo pierce this mirror right directly into center, and for a blink second, nothing happens. But then a massive explosion from the mirror happens, and pieces of glass and shards scatter all over the room. As it breaks, the demon that was still in the corner begins to blink in and out of existence until it is gone.
Let's go.
And with that, you have pretty much cleared out this whole place. New music.
You know, if she allowed the attack to miss, I was just gonna say that the dildo, instead of going long-wise, it hits on its side, so just basically flashing on top of water like flat phase. so it does nothing. But you know,
All
she allowed it.
I have to go down in that pit to get your dildo back.
It's a spiritual weapon. He can just summon it.
After I fire, if y'all look back, Real is just gonna be wiping his hand because of all the lube that thing had.
If we're
Oh.
continuing, the first thing I want to do is check out these chains and see if there's a way that I can.
Yes, there's no more
Uh,
turn order, so everyone is free.
try to undo them, but I'm gonna look around and say, like, are there locks on these things? Can I just undo them myself?
They're tied to the outer edges of the portal, so they're pretty long. So there's one right here, one right here, one right here, and one right here. Basically in an X formation. That was pulling out his limbs. There's no like keyholes. It's just basically like a circular chain, like a link around his hands and his feet, and it's just tied down to the ground, and like one of those like flat metals with just like tiny little loop over it.
Can I undo that? Get his arms and legs free.
Are you gonna do it barehanded or with a weapon?
I'll just try barehanded first.
Strength check. Karan, I saw your thing light up a few times. Did you want to say something?
I was gonna check if there was locks on them.
Yeah, that was a 4.
You try pulling, trying breaking. Nothing happens.
Can anyone help me try to get Dane out of these chains?
So just to clarify, so the 4 points around the circle, it's kind of like one of those like steel. It's like a steel platform where it's linked to it, and around his limbs it's like tied around him with a link, but there's no lock.
Yep.
And they seem pretty tight around his wrists and ankles, I assume.
I would say
well.
y'all can pretty much imagine that these things were created not to escape. They're created to definitely to fulfill its purpose of killing the victim.
Can Eve do something?
Yeah.
Can Eve shrink Dane?
You could.
Would that break him free from his prison?
Won't know until you find out.
Well, I'm gonna attempt to reduce him, I guess. Seeing you guys all circling him with emotions Eve does not have. Maybe she remembers something, maybe not. But he needs to accept. If he doesn't want to accept it, he's conscious, right?
Yeah.
If he doesn't trust me or doesn't accept it, he has to do a con save of 15.
Dane, these people are here to help you.
He's definitely really weak. Barely can open his eyes, so he doesn't fight.
Well, I shrink him then.
He shrinks, and his hands and his limbs were able to just slip out. What size is he now?
He's a medium normally, right?
Yeah, he's like
He's small now.
Oh, he's so tiny.
As soon as he breaks out, I just end concentration. So he's normal.
Okay.
Eve just floats away.
Karn sees this. Sorry, go ahead.
You're gonna push the mirror down, Ryo?
No, not yet, at least.
Oh, okay.
Karn sees this, kind of comes down from the battle high and figures he'll deal with the thing with those 3 witches hags later. He walks up to Dane. Can I do a medicine check to scan him to see if there's any dislocations on him that I can quickly fix?
Do the medicine check, and I want everyone to make a perception check for me. Perception or investigation.
Okay.
Natural one.
I'll do an investigation for Ashran first. Oh, perception. He rolled a natural 20, so 26 total perception.
Perception from me.
Karn's medicine check is also a natural 20 for 26. I think Karn would have been too focused on the medicine check to do a perception around the room.
Yeah.
I also use divine sense right now as well.
Okay.
Looking at, mostly focusing on this new tattoo that he has.
So Ragul, so Lucius, what did you got?
I rolled 16. Perception.
16. Okay. Lucius, what about you?
11.
11. Okay. Well, everyone except for Epic, Lylana, and well, Karn automatically. Y'all don't see anything, but everyone else, you start hearing rustling over in this bag that's covered in wraps, pretty bloody. Well, at least the wrappings are bloody, but you hear a little rustling. You also now everyone else all together, except for Karn at the moment. You definitely see piles of bones scatter, bloody corpse, wrapped up in ribbons as well, and some other various items such as scrolls and books, and there's other things, but I'll get more into that. Karn, you said you got a natural 20 for 26 on medicine.
Mm-hmm.
What were you trying to do with that check again?
Scan his body, discern, actual broken limbs that, require a little bit more either healing or chirurgy, or and any simple dislocations that I can quickly fix by pushing it back in its socket or whatever.
His left elbow is pretty broken, slightly shattered. His right kneecap is also pretty shattered. His right arm is dislocated. There's a lot of cuts and bruises, but some of them managed to heal thanks to other people's healing efforts on him. With that kind of check, with the tattoo, with the 8 dots inside the hourglass, you see it moving in a clockwise motion, up and down.
Wait, what? Hourglass?
Well, I mentioned the tattoo twice, so I didn't want to go over it again. But it's a black Delilah flower with an eyeball in the center and an hourglass with 8 dots in it. And since you got a really high medicine check, the dots are moving in not hour, but in a clockwise motion. And Ayfram, you said you want to do divine sense?
Yes, please.
You just sense the same energy that you sensed from Ashran, a little questionable energy. And you also sense celestial energy from Karn and Lylena.
Nothing from the tattoo, though.
Nope. All the intense sinister energy you felt before is no longer there.
Karn's gonna kneel down next to Dane. I'm gonna look at Ayfram. I'm gonna try to help him, and just bear in mind it might sound nasty, but do you trust me?
He was talking to you,
Question
Epic.
me?
Yes. Karn kneels down next to Dane. And looks at you and says, some of these might sound a little bit nasty, but I can help him real quick. Do you trust me?
I trust you, and I'm going to lay on hands as well.
Okay. With his dislocated right arm, I assume it's out of its socket. Or twisted at a weird angle.
Oh wait, you're trying to heal? Sorry, I was talking to
Yeah.
Ashton about something.
You're good. So you said his right arm was dislocated. I guess it's either out of its socket or it's twisted in a weird angle. Whatever it is, Karn with his training, will snap it back into place.
Okay, do a medicine check, I guess.
That's a natural 9 for a 15. Am I guided? Probably not. It's too late to ask for that.
Yep.
Okay, 15. You managed to do it, and he kind of lifts his upper body slightly off the ground, but not by much because he's still pretty in bad shape, and he just lets out a loud scream, and you hear a pop, and it's back in place.
So it's okay. It's okay. We needed to put that back in place before things got worse. I see Ayfram using lay on hands. I kind of turn to Lylena and just ask for her assistance in healing Dane.
Yeah, I will use as much of my pool as you say. I need to do as much as I can.
Yeah. How much
to heal him back
how
up.
much HP does this dude have? Can we know? Can we know now?
Um,
8.
Karn will, as he was.
I will
turning-
say, everyone who wants to heal or do as much as you can for Dan, just make a medicine roll for me. If you're gonna use a skill, go ahead and roll, and we'll take it from there.
Well, that's
Sucks,
pretty
so I want to depend more on my lay on hands power than divine power than my medicine skill.
My healing hand.
I mean, you can. I mean, I said skills too.
It doesn't
My
have
healing hands healed for 10.
13. Your wound.
I'm going to forego helping Dane and instead investigate the wiggle I saw over here.
Okay, you you start hearing a muffling, and it's a tiny body bag. It sounds like the muffles could be common. Do you want to unravel it, or do you want to do anything specifically?
I'll take one of my arrows and with the arrowhead slowly cut the bag. From what I can discern is the bottom part of this humanoid up.
As you do, slowly you reveal a halfling male. Let me he's also pretty badly cut up. Definitely been injured quite a bit. Everyone that was doing a heal or some kind of medicine on Dane, he's healed up pretty good. But he's still slightly weak. Like fatigue. Like there could be like a lot of heals. You could heal him up to full, but he'll still be the fatigue, especially after what he's been through. He sees you, Ayfram, and he just smiles and says, "I'm glad that you're alive."
Glad you're alive too. We have all of these people to thank for it.
I was gonna ask, would I have seen Rael open that bag and halfling?
I would say yeah. Like you saw your fellow comrade move
go
over
over
there. And I don't. Oh my goodness. I think. Okay, yeah. You recognize the halfling. If you want. Actually, it wasn't that long ago. Y'all recognize the halfling as the one who tried to propose to his to his girlfriend in front of the statue. And he's the one who sneaked past the guards and snuck in here.
Ooh.
I'm going
Yeah,
to.
Lucius wasn't here for that.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that.
I wasn't here either for that.
It was
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because Rael already.
I was already in.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to hand him my decanter of endless water so he drinks out of it. And also I'm going to use a second level cure wounds.
He chugs and chugs the water and even pours some over his head. And he just says, "Oh my god, thank you. I don't know what happened. I was going through these mirrors. I was crying. I was hurt and embarrassed by what happened. And next thing I know it, this girl wearing a pig mask trapped me."
I put my hand on his shoulder and basically tell him, "It's all right. We've dealt with them. Just relax. Deep breaths."
Another important note. How do we get out of here?
I was gonna say, if it's okay with you, I tell him in halfling. If it's okay with you, I think at least and I'm sure some of those would like to ask you some questions about what happened, but let's get you out of here first and figure a way out of this, whatever this place is.
Ask Dane if he can stand up.
Okay, sorry, what was that?
So
No, I heard, yeah. Ayfram, what you said?
I said that I asked Dane, turn to Dane and ask him if he can stand up. Are you able to stand?
He tries to wiggle his legs a little, bends, and then he kind of uses you as a small prop, and he can stand. It's just he's a little wobbly right now. And the halfling looks around at you guys, and is like, "Yeah, I don't know how to get out of here either. I don't even know how I got here."
Taking a scan around the room, does it all just look like solid stone? Does anything look out of place, out of pattern?
Do investigation or perception.
11.
No, it just looks the same. Except for a pit in the center.
Thinking the same thing.
This glyph is actually a thing here. Has anybody studied this glyph or
On the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to like move Dane out of it, so kind of like maybe come down.
Yeah, I was gonna look at the
This
glyph
way.
and see if it had any meaning, or if I could discern its meaning or powers or something like that. See what kind of magic's being used here or something.
Do like a history or arcane check.
I suck at both. Where's history? Where's history compared to arcane? Oh, yeah, I suck at both. Here we go. 8.
8. With that, you can just assume that it was meant for sacrificing
Hey,
and
guys,
potentially summoning.
it's a glyph. It's a glyph on the floor.
Look at the big brain on Brad.
Eve would
Also, before I forget, guys, y'all all leveled.
Yay!
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm also thinking about a way to get out of this place, and what occurs to me is that we came, or at least I came here through one of these godforsaken mirrors.
Yeah.
In
Eve.
the room below us. And I'm thinking maybe we can go back through them. So.
After Eve would be looking at the books and stuff that I investigated, I wouldn't really pay attention to the halfling or Dane, really, thinking everything's okay. Eve would probably be in the mirror room, maybe looking at the mirrors, trying to see if there's like anything different about him now.
Okay. Investigation and perception.
I rolled a nat 1, so 8 for investigation.
Would I have seen Eve fly off kind of on her own?
I'll say since you're like the mother of the group, you're definitely good at keeping tabs on people.
I meant to mention before, once Eve like sort of flies off, or before she flies off, when she shrunk Dan, I was gonna be like, look at the fairy being useful. I don't know what Eve is. I just know Eve. We were in a spat last time, so that's just my.
Eve probably would have just ignored you and flew away.
Well, I definitely would follow Eve and just kind of keep a distance, but like, no, be there.
Yeah, I just feel like, what's her problem? And I'd have been doing my own thing or investigating the glyph.
Actually, I feel like this fight could have been like an impact on you, Eve. So instead of like real life dice, make a dice roll in D&D Beyond. If it's even, you're fire. If it's odd, do a D20. If it's fire, oh my gosh. If it's even, it's fire. If it's odd, you're still icy.
Still icy.
Okay. Okay, so you got an 8 on investigation in here. The mirrors definitely look different, but you just can't pinpoint it.
Just to humor myself, I'm gonna shoot a firebolt at one of them. Actually, now, I'm gonna use Mage Hand on one of the mirrors and try to poke it. Maybe find a pick one, this one.
Ayfram, I see you poking at that body. You want to examine it?
What?
Mari?
Okay, huh?
What do you say?
What did you
Oh,
say?
I saw Ayfram poking at the bodies. I was like, oh, you want to check it out?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll me investigation or perception.
16 investigation.
Yeah, and yeah. Okay. Eve and Nylana, you said y'all are doing what with the mirrors again?
Using Mage Hand to poke this mirror.
That one, it's pure black. Nothing happens.
I would like to look if any of the mirrors have anything different about them from the other mirror.
Okay. Roll me perception or investigation.
Similarly, Karn will go back to the mirror that he came from.
Okay.
and
Do
he'll
the
look-
same thing.
20.
20? Okay, good. Lucius and Ryle, do y'all two want to do anything in the meantime?
So first of all, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Based on what we were fighting, since my background is heavy on Fae,
Mhm.
I can discern that not everything that we saw today was because of Fae's. Correct or incorrect?
That was done by Phase or were Phase?
Done or done or were.
For sure were.
And what of the pig-like monstrosities?
They were fiends. So
Okay,
weren't.
so the main thing I wanted to do, kind of like the same thing that Lucius did. If I see anything inside of the circle, at least recognizable, I would like to draw the pattern on the floor on my sketchbook.
Mhm.
And if that is really a book that I can see, I'll at
Oh,
least
yes.
describe some of the markings, like a paragraph,
Mhm.
just so I can discern later what language it is. Or if I can't discern it now, from at least recognizing kind of like what the script is. Your call.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Oh goodness, I don't know what kind of check for you. Actually, you have a background purely for that. Yeah. So I say you do a great descriptive of the circle you see and the runes and writings in the book. I will DM you everything.
Okay. But that's what I spend my time on.
On the other hand, I've inspected the glyph. What about the body of the crescent moon chick? Is it somewhere here?
Nope, they're all disappeared.
It went poop.
Chipoofy.
Poofy.
That would really be my only curiosity. I mean, my only thing I would say is like now I can tell Diana Clopopotamus. That's not her last name, but Floppington. That we saved the day.
Okay. So back to Lylana and Karn. Karn, your mirror is also black. Lylana, you're looking at all the mirrors, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to see if any of them is different from any other one.
this mirror in the bottom left-hand corner against the wall is glowing a shite bluish purple.
I think I found a way out, and I'm gonna call that out and say it to everybody, so everybody can hear.
I will say to everyone, because I am a god awful DM, I lost my list that has lots of goodies in it. I will okay, in campaign notes, everyone give me 2 investigations check. The first one will be the mirror room. The second room will be where the summoning circle is. And if you want to search something specific, you can also make a little side note with it too. And I'll write it down here too.
Just one thing.
Give me either, for each role, it can either be perception or investigation, and it can be multiple specific things that you're looking for. Okay, sorry, I was typing that out, and Karn's also changing Astrid's diaper right now.
I'm good. I'm gonna have to dip for food
Oh,
here in a second.
or
anyway.
perception. Would have been a lot higher if it was perception.
Why is that? If you want, you can change it.
Well, investigation's like finding shit, and perception is just seeing the shit, right?
I'm me personally, I'll allow it to go either or.
Okay. Well then, instead of a +1, it's +8 for both my rolls.
Okay, so that will eventually get solved, and that will cover for all investigation / perception for this room, and I'll give each of y'all more details, a lot more details, I swear. Okay, I guess since, oh my goodness, I can't believe it's 8:40 already. I thought it was gonna be so much. Oh, sorry guys.
It's fine.
That's
Okay.
what happens in combat.
Yeah.
That was a lot of combat. There were a lot of enemies.
Thank you for saving Dane.
Dude,
Please
stressing.
temporarily.
I've been stressing all week out. I was like, oh my god, fangirl me wants him to like live, but DM me, I have to aim to kill.
He's so hot though. He's so hot.
Yo, how dare you pick out a hottie? Ah, gosh. But yeah. Oh man.
So,
Okay.
for the end of it, can we all like make our way out?
Yes, I would say, just to basically rush a little bit because I do want to get y'all to a certain point. Lylana pointed out how this mirror is glowing bluish purple. All of the mirrors are completely black. Would y'all trust to go through this mirror?
I'll go first.
You go through, and nothing seems to happen. Though everyone follow.
I mean, if
Yeah.
I probably would have told them to, if they hear screaming, don't come. But if they don't hear anything, then
Eve would be the last, keeping her distance.
You
We
hear
saw
no
you
scream.
go through this thing. I'm assuming we saw you go through this thing.
Yeah,
I would have waited until everybody was around, and then I would say, I'll go first.
Because
If you hear me scream or anything, don't come through.
Which one are we going through?
why this portal? Why this window? This mirror?
The only one that's not black.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say that if this halfling can't walk, I'm just gonna let him ride piggyback on my shell.
He climbs up on your shell and he just says, "Thank you," as tears pour out, and he makes small talk with you, saying like, "I was not expecting how this to go down at all."
And you know I'm holding Dane's hand.
You better be holding his hand.
Bitch, you better.
Yeah,
Okay.
we go through together.
Okay, I think I gathered everyone. Okay, as y'all step through, oh my goodness, copy. As y'all step through the portal, you're engulfed in like this warm light feeling, and you appear in a new room, fairly large. I mean to make it this large, but it's fairly large. You're greeted by a set of stairs with stone walls on each side, with torches on the wall. And as you make your way up, you come across a room with 7 statues. 3 of them are duplicates of. 2 of them are holding like a curved blade. 2 of them are holding a book, and 2 of them have their hand out. In the center of the statue that's in the center, it's half female, half male. Goodness. Sorry, I had to find my notes.
That's fine.
The half female has long hair with a phoenix resting above her ear. She has a phoenix attached to the side of her, and the guy has a dragon over his ear, short hair, and a dragon attached to his side. And in the center, you see a glowing summoning circle in the same color of the mirror, and you see 8 mirrors floating on water.
Oh boy. More fucking mirrors.
Do we want to
These
do?
mirrors are pretty dull. They don't even seem to have a reflection to them, from what you can tell.
We came out of one of these mirrors, or no?
Nope. These are
8 separate
different.
mirrors.
Yeah, you can tell right away that you've never seen the shape or form of these mirrors before. They're definitely different. Like the frames are more highly maintained. They're practically glowing in cleanliness of bright colors of gold. This whole room is pretty well kept, oddly enough, especially with all the things y'all been seeing. It's definitely out of place.
Like, do something? Find the exit, or is there like an exit?
I will say though, you recognize the summoning circle in the center to be the same colors as the mirror that you just went through.
Okay. So that would send us back?
Well, no, until you touch it.
I'm not gonna touch it. Actually, fuck it. Yeah, I'll go touch it.
You go and you touch it, you stand in it. It starts to glow a little bit brighter, but nothing seems to happen just yet.
Y'all have to stand in it?
Ashrin goes into, and it gets a little bit brighter.
Guess I'll do the same.
Forward. Yeah.
Another leap of faith, Dane.
Okay, everyone's doing it?
Yep.
Rael, you too?
Yep.
Okay. Y'all get in, and it lights up. And with that, y'all return to the carnival, and you are teleported in front of the Hall of Illusions. And with that, we'll end the session.
Oh boy.
Oh
What a
god.
game.
That's a lot.
That was a lot. I'm sorry. But yeah,
Oh, you're good. No need to apologize.
No, that was
fun.
great.
did y'all really enjoy it?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Good.
I did a lot of damage and my dildo broke the window. I'm good for it.
Can I just quickly look at my map and see what time it is?
Oh yeah, I
Yes.
want to know that too.
By the way, I forgot. Well, everyone except for Ayfram, y'all noticed that on the little happy sad meter that the mood went down by 1. But now that y'all all are out here, you notice that it just turned 4, or it hit the 4th hour, and big explosions go off at the big top, and a huge announcement is made across the carnival saying, "Come for the event." And
Like
there we go.
Lucius gets his fun finally.
We're all together, and we're all gonna. Okay, take a breath.
Yep. that was a big ass dungeon.
That was great. That was so great.
I'm glad. But yeah, y'all leveled up, and I will, once I find my lists, I will get y'all's little thingies out to y'all.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask for help with leveling up because I don't know how it works.
Probably me too. We'll see.
I just need to know because my level up involves potential research
Mm-hmm.
because it gives me another favorite enemy. So that's why I was asking specifics.
Oh, I see.
So it gives me another favorite foe, and it gives me another language to learn.
Oh shit,
So
that's
if I can
fucking
discern-
awesome.
So if I can discern anything from what we found out, I can like pinpoint it. But if I can't, then I'll guess, and that's what I'm gonna do basically.
Okay.
Yeah. My biggest thing is I get 2 spells I can learn, so I just want to see if there's any like scrolls or spells that I might have found in there. I don't want to overlap them.
Level 6 now. Oh yeah.
Did you
When
learn
we-
a damage spell, Rizo?
Yeah, lightning bolt worked out so well. I decided to keep it for sure. But now I get to expend my extra spell slot on something
So
else.
something I don't know about leveling up. Do we keep our health where it's at, or like do we get a full rest or whatever? Is that how it
You
works?
keep it where it's at.
Keep it where it's at. Okay.
Yep.
Your
Do not
HP
get-
goes, your max HP goes up.
Max
Yeah, your
HP
max
goes up.
HP goes up, and because of it, your current HP also goes up. So let's say, because for me it did it automatically, I gained 3 HP from my level up, so it increased both values by 3. So right now I'm sitting at 49 instead of the 46 damage I had before.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at 34 out of 39 now because I rolled high on my HP roll. You also, your spell slots stay the same, but if you gained a spell slot at your level, you now have that slot available to use now.
Oh, okay.
So, for
Neat.
example, me and I think Rizo too, we just got a level 3 slot.
Oh, that's a good question. Did I get a second level?
So now I can use another fireball.
No, I
and I
didn't.
also
Okay.
So what
and
do
I
I
just taught
what do
myself
I
magic
roll?
missile.
Roll for the HP, which
It did it
Uh,
automatically for me.
If you want to do it automatically, just level up and accept that. That just does the average of your rolls. If you want to gamble for your roll, you can go to the manage your character, manage levels or whatever. And if you click on the HP, click on manage HP, you'll have a hit dice for you, which I don't know what cleric's hit dice is. But if you click on it, it'll tell you. It's probably at D8 is my guess.
it is a D8. Okay. So if I
So you would roll if you want to normally roll it yourself, like you want to gamble. I believe you would roll.
It would be your hit dice plus your Constitution modifier.
Yep. So you'd roll a D8 plus your con, and you add that to your HP of your new HP.
Your boy got 20 HP.
Oh, I will say if you get a dice and you roll the dice and you roll a 1, I am allowing 1 reroll.
I rolled a 5, so I can't complain.
so
as well do
I
the
rolled
roll.
an 8, so it's plus 4.
So you got 12 more HP.
Oh, neat.
You might have to type in like the rolled HP just to add it up to the right value, but
Whoa.
Oh, well, I rolled a 3, so it didn't change what D&D Beyond gave me, so that solves it.
he got his average.
Can't believe I rolled a. That's awesome. I'm
That's
happy.
pretty good.
Well,
The
happy.
tank gets tankier.
Tank it.
I finally taught myself magic missiles.
I didn't even mean to be the tank.
I mean, you want an AC and you want a high HP, and you get it.
Amen.
It just happened.
Not good.
Yeah.
I specifically did not want to be the tank. So
I gave myself no Constitution.
Did you roll yours, or well, I guess you did like the roll, but you chose Constitution as your lowest.
Yeah, I rolled mine and Constitution with
Yeah, I did the same.
useful things. So I put Constitution at lowest. And strength. Well, strength is actually my lowest with a -2.
Beginning at the 6th level, the healing spells you cast on others heal you as well. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
you got a thingy.
Hey,
For
look,
you,
more tanky.
hold on. I got something recently that'll help you. What? If I can find it, where the fuck it is again.
Plus the spell's level. Oh, that's not bad at all. That's awesome.
I can move my illusions around with an action. Well, tweak their appearance.
Okay, if I'm not incapacitated, whenever you or an ally within 5 feet rolls a dice to determine the number of healing or HP, number of HP a spell restores, you can spend 1 sorcery point to reroll any number of those dice. So I could use a sorcery point to help you get better heals.
Oh, that's awesome.
But you gotta be within like 5 feet of me.
Can you use it on your own heals?
I can.
So does the heal need to be within 5 feet of you, or does the person casting the heal in case of sealing word?
The cast of the healing needs to be.
So
The cast of the healing,
if I was
okay.
standing next to you, you would be able to help it. Okay, that's cool. Also, for all of today, I totally forgot that I had advantage to maintain my concentration. I
mean, you
wasn't rolling
kept
at advantage. I know, but still, I totally forgot.
Meanwhile, I lost mine in the 1 damage I took.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna bounce. I'll catch you guys next week.
Yeah, see you guys.
Okay.